Hello, what's up, everybody? Shazar, JR, Thurlow, Rasta, Saladino, Strange Pie, Cassie, Fearadon, Garrus, Ankthar, Glegor, Seraphim, Fishboy, Finksy, 10 bucks, Pato, Bristlebutt. Hope everyone's doing well today. Mac Ace, good to see you. It is Wednesday, 28th of May, 2025. About to play some Elden Ring. How's everybody doing today? The Pastouf. Today I picked the song today. Pretty obvious to it's there's always a reason when I pick a song. It's never random. This one's pretty easy. It's all in the title. But what's up, Koilu? How are you doing today? No B-Sun streams got me going crazy. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. What's up, Mopo? How are you doing today? Tomorrow is a public holiday and got a day off on Friday. Long weekend. Oh yeah, it's what is it again? Whatever religious thing, right? Good weekend for that to be a holiday for those waiting to play a Night Rain. Not one of them, but I'm sure many people are very happy about that. When's Night Raid coming out again? Tomorrow midnight or something? Oh. It's oh, game. Ascension Day. Yeah, that's what it's called. Ascension Day. Yeah, I used to love Ascension Day when I was teaching. 4 days off, beautiful. Love that. You didn't buy Night Rain? I mean, it's not out yet. Of course you haven't. Because you're not, a terrible person who pre-orders games. What's Ascension Day? Yeah, it's the day Jesus ascended to heaven. Something like that. What's up, Tyler? I don't know why anyone would pre-order Night Rain. I don't know why anyone would pre-order any video game. Yet, clearly people do. Pre-order bonuses, if any. Oh, From Software deserves my support, as if they're not, published by a fucking giant billion-dollar corporation. I don't know, man. It's just any reasoning you can find. Again, I don't blame individual people for pre-ordering. Whatever their reasons are, whatever, doesn't matter. I just hate that it's a thing. Pre-orders of digital products be illegal. What's up, Asterisk? How are you doing today? Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it either. I mean, for me personally, the most compelling reason I can see is preloading. That at least makes some sort of sense to me, right? If you're really excited about something, you have a limited amount of time, in your days and you really want to start playing whenever the fucking game drops, you want to preload it, that to me is something that makes sense. I've mentioned that in the past, but in an ideal world, you should be, you could, preload the game even if you haven't purchased it. And then you purchase the game when it comes out to unlock it. But obviously that would be very costly for the online services and stores and all that. So that wouldn't make much sense, right? And probably make pirating a lot easier. Or if you want the physical copy delivered to you before at launch. Yeah, I mean, physical pre-order makes a little more sense to me, even if it's like a standard version that's not going to run out or anything, but to me there's a little difference there, I guess. It's like these days I don't see the point of physical copies anymore. Most of them are just a glorified, key code or whatever, right? Like just giving you access to the game that you do have to download or whatever. So they look nice, yeah. That pretty much it. You're paying for the, well, I mean you get the game with it, but your order, like, you get a physical copy for the box, right? Like that. It doesn't have anything to do with having the actual game on a physical support anymore, because most games these days, that's not how they work anymore. So the version you get on the physical disc, if even there's one on there, is unplayable. Right? It needs to connect, install, and download a patch that's pretty much the size of the game, and then you can play it. That's in the best case. In most cases, it's just a fucking glorified CD key, right? The CD is there for authentication, and that's it. But I wonder if some people pre-order when they have the money in case they won't when it releases. I don't get the logic there though. If you don't spend the $60 now, you'll have the $60 later. If you don't have the $60 later, you probably needed it for something else, which is likely more important than video game, but either way, you're spending the $60. It's like, maybe there's a mental trick at play, right? You're spending it now because then you can't later be like, oh shit, I need food this week, I can't buy this video game, I've already bought it, right? I'll just eat ramen for a week. I don't know, maybe it's a psychological trick, I don't know. It was 12% off on Fanatical. Yeah, see, that's a decent reason to pre-order a game, a personal individual reason to save money. Cool. But yeah, again, like I said, to me the problem's always systemic. It's not about individual purchases. I'm it sounds provocative when I say it, but I legit believe that digital pre-orders should be illegal. I think it should fall into like anti-consumer practices. But oh well. FOMO is a really weird but effective tactic in gamers. I don't know how they did it. I mean, I think FOMO is kind of like just a natural thing that always kind of existed. Just the way to implement it in various businesses has been, you know, they keep getting creative with that, I guess. Should be an investment, pre-order, get a share. Yeah. Is that ever a Kickstarter reward? Getting a share of the... If they're like self-publishing through Kickstarter, you get a share of their publishing revenue? I don't know, I'm sure... Okay, listen. I'm sure it has happened. Like for like the highest tier of support on Kickstarter. I'm sure that has to have been a thing at some point, but... I don't know. Was it successful? I doubt it. We would have heard of it. What's up, Captain Lex? But someone must have tried something like that, right? Yeah, exactly, Fishboy. But everyone's free to do whatever they want with their money. Just like I'm, you know, free to complain about the practice in general. How are you today, Dex? Day by day. Day by day. Alright, let me get in there, I guess. Let me get in there. Man, can you imagine that at some point we were able to have like 3 hours long intros to the streams with constant conversation? What happened to those days? What's up, Marik? We talked about all the old things. Yeah, I don't know. The new things are not fun to talk about. I guess I've just become really boring at some point. I don't know when that happened. I feel like, I don't know. It's... What is this? Huh. That's the Church of LA. Interesting. I didn't think we were that... Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, the angle's pretty westward. I thought that went a lot more north, but no, it goes all the way west, so... Yeah, we found ourselves right over the beginning area. Very cool. Mind doing a quick recap? What's the plan? We finally crossed the Stormgate, hence the song that I picked today during the intro. Old Storm. I guess... You know. And I'm about to enter that Ever jail here. See what's up. Yeah. Hopefully, I'm assuming it's gonna be a pretty easy boss fight, considering we're you know, we've clearly explored the game a little too much before coming here. So, well, too much. More than expected, I would say. How long until we get teleported out of Limgrave again? Do not manifest that kind of nonsense. I don't want to hear about it. We worked hard to come here. I'm not leaving. I wonder how we... Oh, maybe here? Oh. I wonder how we return to this the starting area. Because there was a door. There was a door we couldn't open, I remember. Here, I think. So. Oh. I hear a bug. Oh. That's a flask one though, right? Whoa, wait, what? There's a door. Okay, I'll get to the Everjail soon, but hello, sir. That's so cool. He parried with his sword. Nice. Sidetracked already? Nah, I'm not getting sidetracked. I'm just... It's right there. I'm... Oh my lord, that view. Holy Jesus! I saw the shadow of the wolf before seeing the wolf itself. That view is insane. Oh, come on! Can you all come at the same time, please? That's what she said? I don't know. Straight line tracked, exactly. That view is awesome. It's cool to see a place that's kind of super familiar because we farmed there quite a bit. From a different perspective like that. I love it. Thoughts on slippers? As in the shoes? I'm a sock. Wait. Slippers are not what I think it is then. Because if you have a choice between slippers and socks, it's definitely not what I'm thinking. Oh, fuck! There's a... Oh, God. Who said it? Rasta, I swear to God, if this is a teleporter, I'm personally blaming you for it. If this is a teleporter, I am personally directly blaming you for it. I hope it is. Jesus. Indoor footwear, like sandals. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, so like, do you prefer being at home with like socks or slippers? I do have... when I'm in my room right now, like I wear socks. If I'm leaving this particular room, I have my slippers. I have Crocs. Just outside the door. So I open the door, put my feet in them, and that's how I navigate the house. But if I'm in this particular room, I'm in socks. Because I don't like having shoes on when I'm, you know, when I'm just chilling on my computer. Crocs, yeah, whatever. Listen. They're very comfortable and durable. So. They're black Crocs, believe it or not. But yeah, so when I'm about, you know, around the house or whatever, I wear the Crocs. Just I don't know. But yeah. If I'm in this particular room that I'm in right now, I'm just hanging out in socks. Did you know Crocs were initially made for the film Idiocracy? I did not know that. Is that true? Okay, hold on. I gotta teleport to the other side of the fucking world there. I swear, if this is a fucking teleporter... Where are we? We're in the Stormgate. Like, couldn't be... You know, we crossed the Stormgate. We found the Everjail. I haven't entered it yet. And then I suddenly noticed there was a door there. And so I checked, and there's a fucking chest, and I'm afraid that I'm gonna get teleported again. It's not. Funny story, though. Wait, I need... Are we getting misled? Let me, Crocs... Idiocracy. Okay, so they didn't invent them for the... Right, they just used them for the movie because they were cheap. And they had a limited budget. Apparently that's the story. But they already existed, of course. Like the movies from 2006, Crocs have existed for... Actually 2002, not that much before that. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. You were misled? It's the internet. I don't blame you. It's very easy to hear a story that's been transformed and, you know. But I'm glad you brought it up. We learned something today. Idiocracy didn't have a lot of budget for costumes, and so they just put everyone in Crocs because it was cheap. I think that's pretty cool too. That's a cool story, regardless, right? You know. How are you, Nintendo? Good to see you. Crocs are the best inside shoe. I like a good classic Birkenstock, right? Saldino mentioned them. Those are really cool. They're more expensive though, and but yeah. I think Crocs, I guess the plus side is they're just cheap and durable. Like mine are literally like a decade old, and they're perfectly just as new. So. Had Grok, is this legit? Oh my god, Garrus. How long until Twitch chats get like AI integration for, you know, answers like that? People can directly tag the bot and there's an AI that can answer. I'm sure it exists, right? I mean, I know there's like a bot thing that... There are bots that use AI stuff. I've seen that. Whether or not you can directly ask them questions, I'm not sure. I think of Crocs as gardening shoes. I usually don't use them indoors. No, I usually use them indoors. Okay. I don't know. I'm not sure what was the original purpose of Crocs. I think they were just an all-around shoe, right? Like for the summer, probably. But... They spend their budget on pre-science. Pre-science? Prescience? What? How do you pronounce the word? I know what it means, but I'm not sure of the pronunciation. Second way? Prescience? Okay. Prescience. Prescience. whatever. They see the future. That's the point. Wait, is that an item there? Oh! That is a crazy place for an item. We reached Stormvale. We crossed the Stormgate. We've been to the shack here, which I need to return to. I'm not sure if I checked if there's anything at night. Now I'm gonna check every shack in the game to see if there's something happening at night. In fact, I need to return to the shacks we've been before. Double check everything. There's not too many of them, and there's usually a Grace. It's great. What's up, Aquelic? How are you doing today? Telegram? It's interesting. Are you from Eastern Europe, Aquelic, or am I mixing you up with someone? I feel like Telegram is just not used around here very much. Most people I hear using Telegram are from Eastern Europe somehow. What's up, Jode? Ukraine? Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thing that I've noticed. Like, Telegram's really big in Eastern Europe. Is it like an Eastern European app? That'd be the reason? How are you, Jode? Originally, it was designed for boating, Crux. Huh. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, the plastic and the water and all that. Yeah. Yeah, Dax. I don't know. I can definitely see a future where... Why is it so yellow here? Yellow fog like that is very stormy weather. Like, most of the time, I don't know what the actual physical reason is, but when you get like a really yellowish, stormy sky, it's that like thunderstorms are coming, right? Could be dust in this case, yeah. Oh my god, it's dust from Caelid. It's coming from the east, sorry. Caelid dust, you know. Yeah, but yeah, typically right before thunderstorm, the sky is really yellow. I don't know what the, like, there has to be like a physical reason for it. But I don't know what it is. Sahara dust, we get that regularly too. Doesn't sound good for your lungs, breathe in dust from Caelid. I can imagine it must be a little like the spores in Last of Us, right? It must make the air thick with like rot particles and whatever. Kind of disgusting. I love the mood in this place though. I'm really scared of opening that chest. I have a terrible, terrible feeling. Oh, thank God. Arrows reach talisman. Oh, nice, of course. The talisman, I'm assuming, for stronger archery. Increases bow effective range. 3 arrows carried by hunters of beasts. It makes sense it's up there, right? Easier for them to shoot people. Although, nobody shot me when I approached. So I guess... Oh. I love how the torches are actually reacting to the wind and everything. Not sure if it makes sense considering there's a wall there, but let's not, you know, question logic too hard. Yo, Rob, thank you for the 33 months. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. It's a long, long sub right there. MLP Rob, you will be remembered. Thank you. Okay, well, I'm assuming, again, like, this is gonna be a boss fight. I'm assuming it's not gonna be too hard. considering we're kind of over leveled. Part of me kind of wants to check the item before I forget about it. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. I just want to grab that item on the sort of little bridge thing there. Well, I mean, it's a ruin collapsed, but... Or maybe not? You know what? No. What I'll do is I'll put a marker here. Actually, I'll put a different one. Yeah. Just to remember to pick that up before we explore the rest of it. Someone once pointed out to me that wind in video games seems real because the trees are animated to jump around, and now I can't unsee it. I'm confused. Is that not... like... It's the same thing in real life, right? You look outside your window, you see the trees moving, that's how you know there's wind. I mean, obviously in real life you can feel the wind if you're outside, right? But... I'm not trying to be an ass, Tixar. I'm just curious what the... because... like, typically when people say, now I can't unsee it, it's because it was something that was, like, you know, almost nobody would notice, right? Like, to me, the trees moving to the wind in video games is, like, that's just the first thing I've noticed in most games where that happens, right? They don't program some kind of wind particles to move, just make tree animations. So I just see tree animation, the wind seems less real. Well, I mean, in this case, for instance, again, I'm sure it's different for many, you know, different games, different ways of doing it, right? But in this case, it's a whole of a lot of things, right? You can see obviously the grass, the trees, there's all that shit that's being moved in the air, right? The sound obviously is a big factor, like Nintendo said. Your outfit. Basically, the only thing that's missing is that we don't feel the wind because we're not in the video game, right? But other than that, to me that's like the same as... if that makes sense, to me that's the same as reality, right? If I'm looking outside the window, those are the same thing that tell me, you know, oh, there's wind, right? But yeah, I understand what you mean with... like, in a lot of games, the wind is not an actual physical, quote-unquote, physical thing in the game, right? It's everything around it gives you the impression that wind exists. But like Captain Jack said, some games maybe have like actual, like, the wind is actually a physical force in the physics engine, right? I don't know, like in this case, it seems to be mostly animations and effects, right? Because like your character is not affected by it in any way. I mean, maybe it's not, maybe your character is just an exception. For gameplay reasons, of course. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder, for instance, like super elaborate like flight simulators. I wonder if the wind's an actual like physical thing in the physics engine, or if it's just numbers that affect your controls, right, or something. Yeah, I mean the cape, sure. The cloak is... what I meant by that, Dax, is that if I'm walking against the wind, there's no resistance, right? My character's not... so the cape could be just part of that set of animations or whatever, but... Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I wonder how that kind of shit is coded in this case. Yeah, because it would suck for gameplay. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, I mean, in this case, I think the illusion, however they did it, I think the illusion's pretty good. I think seeing the little leaves getting carried, not just the sand, but like the little leaves and all the trash that gets moved, that does a lot for like immersion. On top of course, like the animations of everything around and the sounds. But yeah, it's funny to me, that speaks about like the immersion factor of video games, right? When I'm playing a game, I never think about that stuff unless someone brings it up. To me, I'm just in a storm and I feel sort of, you know, I feel like I feel the storm and the wind and everything. I don't physically feel it, of course, but my immersion is such that I feel cold when it's cold in the game, you know, and all those things, like, you know. Modern flight sims try to do computational fluid dynamics, but it's simplified. Are there games which simulate wind resistance outside of it being a puzzle mechanic or obstacle in a level? Yeah, I mean, again, outside of like simulators, you know, racing games or flight simulators and stuff like that. I don't know. Dragon's Dogma? Wait, like if you run against the wind in Dragon's Dogma, you're like slower, like it slows you down and all that? What's up, Rudra? How are you doing today? Smell-o-vision, yay or nay? I played Leisure Suit Larry 7 when I was younger. Based on that experience, sure. I don't know. I don't know. Smell-o-vision. I mean, I'm sure it can add something to the you know, it's like the same thought as, you know, I would love like full immersion experiences. You plug yourself to a fucking thing and it makes you feel like you're actually there, including everything, you know? Just complete, full immersion. So, yeah, I say yeah to smell-o-vision, like everything else. What's up, Lunigan? Yeah, the fucking smelly card. No, it's such a good thing. Golf games have wind mechanics, of course. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like simulators, but I'm thinking more about, you know, there's a location where the wind is so strong it pushes you back. The heavier you are, the less it pushes you back. Right. But that was like limited to one like specific location, right? Still, you know, pretty interesting, like your weight affects it and all that. But yeah, I'm wondering if outside of like sports, whatever, racing, flights, simulators, all the simulation things, I wonder if there's any like RPGs where like the wind's actually a factor. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild, like some things get affected by the wind, right? I don't remember exactly, but Death Stranding? I need to play that one still. But yeah, I would love to see like an RPG where, you know, you walk with your character against the wind, it's a little harder. You raise your shield, it makes it even harder because obviously more resistance. You fire an arrow and it gets moved by the wind and all that, you know. That'd be cool. I don't know if it would be fun, more fun, or less fun for it. You know, I would have to try that, but I think the concept, in theory, sounds appealing. If the game's built around that idea, of course, right? Because if it's done as a gimmick, obviously it's just gonna lose its luster extremely quickly and then be just annoying. But what's up, Goose? Full Fox, good to see you. Cool enough to burn a 4090. Yeah. Any realistic flight simulator when you are where you are a bird? Not that I know of. Burns aren't real. That's why it's a video game. Alright, I still need to check. Let's check what boss is in there. I'm really interested in that conversation, but I do want to know what's... I want to know if this is going to be a difficult challenge or if I'm just going to wreck whatever's in there. Sim train, air resistance mechanics. Yeah, I mean, most simulators I would expect to have them. It's just it's a part of the gameplay, right? Like, a lot of simulators are pretty simplistic. Not simplistic, they're pretty simple in terms of their gameplay. You drive a truck, you drive a train, you drive a plane. Like, you know... It's doing one thing. So, obviously, it's gonna be extremely complex in its in the mechanics. That's the point, I guess. Sea of Thieves. Oh yes, Sea of Thieves. Obviously with the naval thing, right? We still need to play that, Captain Dax. Has the new whatever update you were telling me about, has that released now? That was supposed to be in May, right? We need to get that going at some point, dude. I'm so excited to play it. I do not have a Game Pass currently. I unsubscribed because of, you know, I knew I was mostly playing Elden Ring and off stream mostly playing Tekken, and you know, I didn't need Game Pass, but you know. Oh, I'll get it again for that for sure. The mechanics in Train Sim World are very interesting. It usually simulated all the safety systems, very relaxing. Oh yeah, that's cool. Still playing V-Rising. We played a couple of sessions with Elisa. I think we might play tonight after my stream. There's a day off, so I think we're... She sent me a DM earlier, like if I was doing anything after the stream, so I'm assuming we're gonna play V-Rising later tonight, but we'll see. Alright, let's see what awaits in there. Enter the Ever Jail. Yes. Oh my god. Okay, this is really cool. The way, again, like, it happened before, but I think it's even more emphatic here because of all the storm and the wind and everything. The way just everything dies down is so fucking cool. And everything is dark and everything is silent and... It really reminds me, I don't know, I remember we talked about it. Oh! Okay, I mean, at least I know the moveset. This should be easy, question mark? I mean, do I remember the moveset is the big question. I don't know. It's been a while. It's been like 2-3 weeks almost. Yeah, it's been 3 weeks. Holy shit. Yeah, I need to dodge that. I remember now. Oh, I mean, I'm doing a shit ton of damage. That dude has no chance. I don't think I'm gonna... I was gonna say, I don't think I'm gonna first try him, but, you know. That's where most people meet that one for the first time. Hell yeah. Nice. All the Cruci knowledge was replaced with Godskin. Yeah, I actually... Just that one attempt, I'm like, I don't remember the moveset too much. It's gonna take a minute. We're gonna kill you. We're gonna kill you. We're gonna kill him. Very fast, but... Yeah, I will need a couple of attempts to remember. I'm not even gonna switch to my boss killing outfit. What's up, Gotra? I'm sticking with my spear and shield. That's how much I believe. But yeah, I was gonna say before I got rudely interrupted that it reminds me of my one of my stories concepts where the whole world is plunged in supernatural darkness. Nobody knows the reason for it. And people live in a city, one city that's illuminated by a source of light of unknown origins. There's a lot more to it, obviously, but that's sort of like the aesthetic that it reminds me of. That is so rude. I died 150 times here, I was so new. Yeah, I mean, if you get here when you're supposed to, which is quite early in the game, like the game directs you there right away. I can see that guy being a big issue. For sure. Oh yeah, it has a second phase too, right? With the fucking tail or whatever. But yeah, I mean, think about how many times I died against the one in Redmane, right? Oh, right. I can't do that anymore. So it's eventually you gotta learn at some point, right? It doesn't matter when you learn. At some point you learn, and then you're better against them. I also know this is like, I know there's another one in Schiffer River, right? We've seen one from like a distance on like a little there was one on a little ruin thing there, bridge or whatever, right? We saw him from far away. You fought him before? I fought him in Redmane Castle with Misbegotten Warrior. It was the second part of the fight. So yeah, I've spent 4 days fighting him and that other nerd. So I'm very familiar with his moveset. I'm familiar with his game. Shit. And yet I still get wrecked, you know? What? Dude, that is so unfair! How many tail swipe can he do in a row to prevent me from attacking him? I was here almost a base setup. Yeah, no, I can imagine, like... Listen, when I met him in Redmane with the other nerd, I had the same setup as I have now, like weapons-wise and all that, but... I was much lower level comparatively, and it was a pain. Like, it took me 4 days to beat that fight, so... See, that's how I imagine most boss fights feel like if you play the game with HP and you don't get one-shot by every boss. You just keep getting hit and you just win on healing and persistence. You had no chance, Crucible Knight. I respect you. Aspect of the Crucible tale. GG's, A pluses. Thank you. I mean, again, that was not a fair fight. But yeah, I can definitely imagine the pain if you come here when the game tells you to and you just randomly find that. You're really good at this. Yeah, I'm very over leveled. What's up, Ryan? How are you doing today? Demiurge, how are you doing today? But yeah, like, it's interesting because this fight, that's exactly why, you know, when people ask me why I don't level up HP, that's the exact reason why. I don't like being able to get hit 10 times in one attempt and still win. Like, I played like garbage and I still just won the fight, right? I don't want boss fights to feel that way. That's why I don't level up HP. I want bosses to pretty much one-shot me all the time. That's what makes me have to learn the fights and have fun, you know? But in this case, I don't mind. I've already fought one of them. Like, you know, honorably in Redmane Castle, so this is fine. I don't care. This is a normal enemy for me now. Alright, I guess we're gonna sweep around here, check the forest there if we can. I don't know, there's a cliff, so maybe we can go up there, we'll see. And then we'll check the other side of this place. And hopefully, so I'm gonna explore those cliffs, the top of those cliffs, the forest here maybe a little bit. Oh, there's a Colosseum here, like that one over there. I wonder if it's the same thing. Some like fake PvP in front of it, maybe. There's a crone here that was on the map before I even got there, so maybe that's something we're gonna go check. Yeah, the furthest I'm allowing myself to go is here, those cliffs there. The bridge, basically, right? I don't cross that bridge until... Because we've been all the way up here, up to here, right? That's where... That's the line, sort of. But I think I'm gonna explore this when I go back to Caelid. Whenever the day comes, right? Crossing this bridge will be back to Caelid, right? So I think I'm gonna put it here, just to indicate that it's not under. So I think that's gonna be the plan. We cross that bridge when we go back to Caelid. Even if technically this is still part of Limgrave, right? But whatever. Yeah, I like that. So I'm gonna explore all the plains up there, the Storm Hills, and then we'll get to Stormvale Castle. I'm assuming... Yeah, I'm assuming today, well, I mean, this shouldn't take us too long, right? It's not that big of an area. We'll see. I mean, depending... Again, there could be like a lot of secret dungeons, optional dungeons and all that. So, let's not be too optimistic, but we'll see. We'll see how fast we can go there. I'm amazed you haven't ended up in Caelid yet. Yeah, Stoner. We opened the chest earlier. I was kind of scared, but cross that bridge when we get to it. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna rush, that's for sure. I do like taking my time in every video game, so this one's not gonna be different. But yeah, unless we find something that takes a hell of a long time, we should be getting to Stormvale today. I'm excited. I finally want to explore that big-ass castle. It looks awesome. Where's that big-ass thing I found earlier? We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Ah, that's a good one. Okay. Is this thing gonna wake up or not? I can't target it, so I'm assuming it's not. But at the same time, it really looks like a full model. It doesn't look like a part of the environment like this, for instance. Right? You look at that, and this is like, you can tell it's part of the environment. It's kind of like meshed with the ground. This is floating above it. Right? I feel like this thing's gonna wake up and fight us. Oh, there it is. Jesus! I still got scared. And I knew it was gonna happen. Oh, come on. Dude! How much more? Whatever. Still made me jump. Yep. Oh, I didn't check the... One of the ancient Erdtree incantations. Create a supple tail that sweeps through foes before the caster. Charging enhances potency. This is a manifestation of the Erdtree's primal vital energy. An aspect of the primordial crucible where all life was once blended together. Ooh. Interesting. Hold on. Have I taken notes about the crucible? Crucible. Yep. There it is. Maybe the origin of life in the lands between. In fact, very likely is. God, there's so... How do I... I need to organize my notes this weekend. I know I've said that every week, but... It's getting unmanageable. Where all life once blended together. Erdtree's primal vital energies. Ooh. Add more notes, don't organize them. Listen, I'm trying. I need to just... How about a note organization stream? You know what? I've actually been thinking about it. I was like, maybe at some point, instead of doing that off stream, maybe we should have a stream at some point where I just go over all the notes. We kind of, you know, have a little chat about all the things that we've already seen, and maybe I can come up with a few new theories and all that. And you can see how I organize my notes, because that, you know, that there's probably going to be some interesting thought processes while I do it. So. Oh, that's an emote up there. Crossed legs. Oh, it looks like I'm... looks like I murdered him. Bye. Be free. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should do the organization on stream. You're right. Beginning of a stream, you know, we get into it. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Well, we're probably gonna do that at some point. That could be fun, going over all the notes, and I like that idea. It's gonna be messy, but you know. Who doesn't like a little messy evening, right? Theory stream. Yeah, maybe we'll find I don't know, maybe I don't know. Maybe once I'm done with like Stormvale, it you know, being done with Stormvale, I think it's gonna feel like the end of a big arc, like it feel like the end of a season of this adventure, right? Considering all the build up to it. So maybe that will be the right time to be like, okay, now let's take a little break, organize those notes, see where we are, have a stream, you know, summarize everything. I mean, it's not gonna take us 5 hours probably, but yeah, it could be cool. Are your notes just a huge sheet now? Can you break it into different pages and link them? It's mostly one thing. I didn't think about that before now, but I could technically have several different files. And organize my notes that way, but I like everything being on the same file. Like it's basically a giant file that I can scroll, right? There's infinite scrolling in every direction if I want to. Right now it's only up and down, but I could technically go to the sides and everything, so. But what I want is, more than having different files, I think I want to, I'm unsure how I'm gonna organize them. Maybe by locations, like the stuff that's more around Limgrave, stuff that's more around Caelid. I don't know, I'm gonna have to find a way. But yeah, I can search, yeah. There's a Control F function. Doesn't it not show on stream when I search? Hold on. No, it does not. Okay, yeah. There's a search function. Yeah, I could have several scapels open. You can have as many as you want open, but they don't link with one another automatically. So like searching doesn't search through all of them, right? Oh. Wait, didn't it say distant home? Jellyfish searches for a distant home. So I'm not assuming this is... Have I been killing Aurelius' friend? I've killed a few jellyfishes before. I hope I didn't kill... Oh shit, hold on. Weren't they... There was a lot of jellyfishes around here. I wonder if that's related. You could plaster it over a large picture of the map. Yeah, technically it would be doable, but it... I don't know, I think it would be kind of... complicated. Holy shit! That reaction time on my part there. How are you, Infamous? Yeah, I don't know, we'll see how I organize my notes. But yeah, it's gonna be overwhelming. We're already at 248 notes. And, well, I feel like I've barely started scratching the surface of the game, so... yeah. But let's take it one day at a time, shall we? Maybe the node organization will even be spread over several streams, you know, a little bit at a time. As I keep finding more ways to organize. Oh my lord, this is fucking cool. Look at this. Holy shit. That seems very unsafe. Having a castle on top of a fucking broken cliff like that seems very, very unsafe. Does it have a word count? Not that I can tell. No. But I could easily get the word count by transferring everything to Scrivener. You can transfer your scaffold to Scrivener with a click. You make it a board, a cork board in Scrivener, and then you can see how many words are in there. But yeah, I'm very happy with that new setup with like the thing that comes down and everything. I can now very easily use that for any video game that I play now. It's like integrated in my sort of stream setup, so I can directly reuse the same thing. Like it's gonna be great for blueprints. So yeah, exciting stuff. Very glad I worked on that system. Oh my god, this is scary. Is it on a separate monitor? Yeah, it's on my third up there. Above the gaming monitor. I need to... I cannot summon now, but if I get the chance, I will. Now I feel like not attacking those things, because... Oh shit! Yeah, now I'm afraid to hurt them now that I have one of my own and she has a name. Aurelia. Kind of makes me want to not kill those things anymore. What's up, Warren? How are you doing today? I was thinking of something just earlier and then I got distracted. I don't remember what it was. Oh well. Yeah, that's one of the things, Saldino, I'm going back and reading your chat up there. It's the... having several different files and instances of the software is going to make it hard for the overlay. I could just clone the source on OBS and have one source for each one, right? That'd be the way to go, but then it becomes, you know, it's kind of a mess to manage. And again, the fact that the search wouldn't be spread around all the files is just not very practical for me. Like, one of the upsides is I can easily search the whole thing, right? I don't want to have to do like 5 different searches for 5 different files or whatever. So, I think I'm going to stick, as much as possible, I'm going to stick with one. Until, if it gets to the point where it's literally unmanageable, then we'll consider spreading over several files, but until then, we'll have to do. How are you, Shepard? Good to see you. Oh. Why are some of them red? I know the red ones are the ones that attack you, but I wonder why those are already red, because I didn't attack them or anything. Got my new PC yesterday. Hell yeah. Need to set up all my stuff. I hate that part. That's the most annoying part. When you have a blank new computer and it doesn't feel like home, right? It feels like you aren't home anymore. All your comfort of being on your computer is gone for a little bit. But then once you're set up, it's, you know, it becomes beautiful again. You're on vacation until June 20th? Holy shit. That's a long vacay. Congrats. I love a clean setup. No, I like a clean setup too, but it needs to, you need to have your stuff on it, right? Like the necessary stuff needs to be on there. Are they? Oh my god, they're all turning red. Oh no! I'm sorry! Well, so much for being peaceful. I'm sorry, Aurelia. Don't look! Don't look! These are evil jellyfish, not like you. Ugh. Yeah, I mean... because they're the same species doesn't mean they're all good, right? It's like humans. All humans aren't good. So just because they're other jellyfish shouldn't necessarily by default make them good. I know I'm trying to rationalize the murdering this species there, but you know. They attacked first. They were all red and they got in my face and I was trying to be peaceful. Magic grease. Okay. Now they're red. Yep. They were red before? I attacked one that was red when it attacked me. So. What's up, Deadwell? Why was there not a stream yesterday? Or did you get promoted to stream boss status? Are you the CEO of my ass? Do I owe you an explanation? I woke up with a terrible migraine. That's why there wasn't a stream yesterday. Are you on Discord, Dead Whale? Oh, actually, never mind. I didn't post anything on Discord yesterday, so... You should join Discord. Typically, if I'm not streaming, I will update everyone. For whatever, you know, reason or etc. In this particular scenario, I was just really feeling terrible, so I just stayed in bed and then I forgot. Godric Soldier Ashes. A duo of spirits consisting of a wielder of a devastating charged hammer attacks in the vanguard. Wait, what? Consisting of a wielder of devastating charged hammer attacks in the vanguard and a crossbowman bringing up the rear. That's not a very elegant sentence. The soldiers who serve Godric the Grafted are what remains of the army that fled the royal capital of the Erdtree. Did I miss anything today? We killed a Crucible Knight in the Everjail. That's about it. Soldiers who serve Godric the Grafted are what remains of the army that fled the royal capital of the Erdtree. How many tries? 2. I already fought a Crucible Knight in Redmane Castle for 4 days with the Misbegotten Warrior, you know, so it was not a fair fight for poor Crucible Knight. So, Godric the Grafted. Pretty sure I have notes about that nerd. I don't? Of course I do. Come on. Godric. Oh, Godric the Golden is what I have in here. I guess he's also Godric the Grafted. Slash the Grafted. Tasted defeat by the Blade of Miquella, that had to be Melania. Organized tarnished hunts to sacrifice them for the sake of grafting. Barre also mentioned Godric got a new toy to graft. Oh shit! Was he talking about the maiden? The Heartbroken Maiden? It's like the Heartbroken Maiden mentioned Varé, and I'm assuming Varé sent them there with her retinue or whatever. I wonder if that's the one he mentioned. See, that's why you take notes and you read them. So according to Kenneth, he hid amongst the women who fled the capital. Then hid from Rodan in Castle, Stormvale. Insulted Melania, lost to her, and then groveled to be spared. Blood of Godfrey, last of the Golden Lineage. His soldiers are what remains of the army that fled the capital. So he fled the capital at some point with, you know, amongst the women, and apparently an army fled with them. Why did they flee the capital? I'm not sure. I'm not sure we know about that yet. Not sure we heard anything about it. The reason why they may have... Well, I mean, I guess... Maybe something when the Elden Ring was shattered, right? The fragments were carried away by the shard bearers. Did people grab pieces of the Elden Ring and then left? Is that something that happened at the capital, maybe? Interesting. Can I summon this one? Yes. Okay, so I'll have to summon this one too. Let's put it here for later. Okay. So I think we've pretty much seen everything we need to see around here. There could be more items hidden among the graves, because it's pretty hard. I'm just gonna... Just gonna double check that we didn't forget anything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've seen everything there is to see around here. Oh, more skeletons. So we haven't been around this particular spot. No, that was not... God damn it. Ow. No, sir. Please. Thank you. I'm not attacking the jellyfish unless they attack me. Well, in this case that was an accident, but... Do skeletons behave like that in Dark Souls? Not exactly. There are some you just kill and they just die, and there are some that keep coming back alive, but usually they're linked to, like... There's this big mechanic in Dark Souls where sometimes undead enemies like skeletons are tied to like a necromancer type thing, and you can only really kill them when you kill the necromancer first. But exactly like these, I don't know. Maybe in Dark Souls 3, yeah. I don't remember. Oh, root resin. Oh, I need more of that. But yeah, in this game so far, all of them work the same way. Like you kill them and then you kill them again, right? When they're on the ground. I don't know if that's going to be a permanent thing or what, but... Oh. Oh. Hello. Blood Rose. Pretty sure, yeah, we already had some of them. Yeah, the Lord of Blood. Glory to its inevitable reign. They look so cool. Okay, well, I think we're good with this side of things. Fantastic work. Oh. That owl had glowing eyes. I wonder why. I just killed it without thinking too much because it had glowing eyes, but... I'm just hunting. I'm a hunter. There's no evil intentions. Okay? This is so silly. What are they even coming down from? Just a bunch of random wolves falling from the sky? Is that From Software's version of a random encounter? Like Final Fantasy style random encounter? So silly when you see it happen. The wind pushed them down from where? It's raining wolves, yeah. Sharknado with wolves? Wolfnado? Doesn't sound as good, right? They were in an updraft. Nonsense. Let's see. Craft more of these. Ooh, I can craft poisoned ones. I didn't realize that. Well, too late now. I need a lot more root resin. I always thought they ambushed from the tree. There's no tree there though. I mean, you know, not really. It's like they spawn in the middle of the road. It's such a weird thing. I mean, you know, I don't mind it or anything. It's just funny. Sometimes it rains frogs or fish. Why not wolf? Is that a real thing though? Or is that just some kind of weird hoax? But I mean, listen, if there's like a tornado or whatever, I can imagine animals being, like small animals being carried by it, right? I understand that. Not a wolf. Well, technically I guess a cow could be, so maybe wolves too, but different context. Golden Rune level 2. Okay, how do I get down now? Or rather up. Oh, just like that. How are you today, Wax? Frogs were first invented for the movie Idiocracy. Nice callback. I love when chat has a good narrative structure like that. It's very pleasant to me. There are accounts of those. Possible if a hurricane or tornado sucked them out of a pond. Hmm. Okay, so we got this. We need to be organized there. How do I do this? It's always a little daunting when you start exploring a new area. Holiday tomorrow, off from work? Hell yeah. Ow! Everything that flies in this game is so annoying. So there's this little ledge there that I said we needed to make sure to check, and I put a marker on it like weeks ago. It's that ledge down there, isn't it? Yep. We've been up there, haven't we? Wait. No, it's a different ledge then. That ledge down there, we've been there. Huh? Is it just this little thing? If that's the case, there's nothing on there, clearly. Why is it here in the first place? Wait. Oh, that's neat. Okay. So it's that little ledge, okay. What if this is a secret wall, though? At the tip of my spear there. I'm gonna have to go all the way again if I jump down. I mean, it's not a big deal, but... Hold on. It seems like there's no reason for this ledge to exist. Well, you can't say I'm not dedicated to Minecraft, I guess. Let's see. Okay. Alright. Was there anything of value here? Or is it just a ledge to fuck with you? Alright. Wait, was I not able to jump on that from here? Oh, I guess not. I mean, maybe I didn't even have torrent at the time. I don't remember. Yeah, I could have jumped up there. Maybe I didn't have torrent, that's why I couldn't at the time. I don't remember. It was so long ago. Jesus, that's high. Okay. Alright, let's quickly go around. Can I even do that? I'm gonna die. Oh, hey, I'm back here. All this swing like Babe Ruth. Yeah, I don't know. The moment I started falling, it felt higher than I expected. It was 9k souls. I think I'm gonna get them back. Probably should. Oh my god, this looks so fucking cool. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, the way the tower just shows there is crazy good. Pretty cool. Art direction Elden Ring is awesome. That is probably the strongest point of the game, yeah. I would agree. It looks smaller suddenly. Interesting, like the sun moved, so it sort of changes the shadow's perspective. Will we reach the castle today, you think? I mean, I would think so. Unless there's a lot of dungeons in that open area, right? But other than that, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're getting to the castle today. That's the plan, at least. So we'll see. Oh. wonder, let's see. Ah, come on. I don't know if what I'm trying to do here is even possible, but maybe? Oh, Jesus! Oh! Damn it. I don't think there's anything up there anyway, but... Unlike that one tower in the Weeping Peninsula, I don't think there's anything up there. Oh my god, dude. It jerks so hard in one direction if you like push the joystick during the jump. Yeah, I don't think there's anything up there. Is that an Austin Powers reference, Tex? Yeah, I mean, there's nothing up there. Empty space. It's a 5-year-old response to jerk hard. Fair enough. There's a lot of giants up there. I'm seeing like 5 of them, at least. Oh, item. Nice. Alright, let's see. Does the US also have a public holiday this weekend, or is it just us Europeans? Oh my god, that thing is so obnoxious! Just had Memorial Day? Okay. Oh, jeez. Oh my god, dude. Seriously, chill. It literally dodges. Its tentacle dodged my attack and then it just... Oh my lord. I'm telling you, this creature, easiest creature in the world when you get the fucking loop. Hardest creature in the game when you don't. Dude! Well, so much for my fucking souls, I guess. So much for my souls. I should have gotten them first. How are you, Cyrus? They should make Juneteenth a national holiday? I don't even know what that is. I've heard of it before, but... Okay, let me try this. Okay, I don't think anything special is happening here. You know what? I'll stay at night. Why not? Let's explore during the night. Yeah, a couple days ago, Cyrus. We did kill the apostle. If I didn't, we'd still be there. It's unlikely that I'm ever gonna stop fighting a boss when I start fighting a boss. The Airborne Brigade, yeah. The Paw Patrol. I've never seen an episode of the Paw Patrol, but I've heard of it. I hear it's a very popular show with the young kids. Upward Battle. Thank you for 12 months of Prime Gaming subscription. I appreciate that. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. You will be remembered. Upward Battle. Is that a name change, or have we had that conversation before? And I've asked you, is that a name change? No, you're a lurker, right? You're one of these long-time lurkers. Appreciate you. Thank you. Sometimes I see a name that feels a little unfamiliar, and I'm like, is that a name change? Or especially with longer subs, right? But yeah, I think we had that conversation before, because I just checked your message history, and last time you were here you said long-time lurker. So I'm assuming I asked the exact same question. Oh jeez! Seems like a typical show for 5 to 6 year olds. Yeah. Early adopter propaganda. I mean, children like cop shows, right? Like, it's a big theme. Also puppies, yes. For sure. What's up, World War Blue? How are you doing today? I understand why you were wondering that I'm a long-time subscriber. I've changed my nickname. It was Anxious before. Oh! I would have not made that connection. Yeah, I remember Anxious. Well, now I know. And then it becomes the easiest fucking creature in the game. There's no middle ground with this one. It's the easiest or the hardest creature in the game. What you looking at? I like owls in real life. But in this video game, they possess valuable resources. You can see that. Listen. Again, video game. Resources. Yeah, slumbering egg. I actually don't know what they're used for, but I'm assuming they're valuable. That's a lot of giants, holy shit. Like, being here early has to be like a nightmare. When you can't kill those things in like 4 hits or whatever. Oh, no, that one's leaving. First the jellyfish, now the owls. Never stops. Oh, I mean... Huh, that's not an item. I thought it was an item. I cannot interact with this. That is strange. Let's put a marker here. I'm gonna put a man marker, like a silhouette of a person, to represent the statue, I guess. What a weird thing that is. Maybe a smashing weapon? I don't know. Terrifying in my first playthrough, yeah. I can imagine, for sure. Big smash right there. I wonder. I don't want to fight several of them at once, though. Come here. You have big smash. Let's go, it works! I just needed a bigger smash. Yeah. This better be a great item. Oh, okay, never mind. If it was just a level 1, I would have been upset. There's a level 2 in there. I need those. In fact, that was my bottleneck for upgrading my boss killing weapon. Get level shame. Clever way to set it up. Smashable statue surrounded by 5 of those. Yeah, I'm assuming, you know, typically what I'm guessing is their expectation is you're gonna fight them around here, and at some point, like randomly, one of them is gonna fucking hit the thing, maybe, right? Or you just, like me, you see them do a big smash on the ground, and you're like, huh, hold on, you know, that's how it. Like I saw the moment I said like big smash, I was like, oh wait. Maybe that's the way to do it, right? But yeah, good, clever video game language, I guess. With the way you see the broken statue and the the brightness of a typical like item glow inside, right? That to me, it speaks to like how a video game talks to you through its visuals, right? I like that. I mean, not that this is like a particularly subtle example, but it's still interesting, I think. Clever setup, yeah. Better than a tutorial pop-up saying the statue can only be destroyed by a big enemy, yeah. That is for sure. Or having a sidekick character, you know, walking next to you and being like, hey, what if we lured one of these big guys, you know, they have the strength to do it. Which is kind of the typical way a lot of games do it these days, right? There's a lot of games out there that have the sort of sidekick setup since The Last of Us made that popular. I mean, it existed in games before, but I think The Last of Us was a big one that sort of pushed the envelope on that front. I mean, Uncharted was doing it before. Like Naughty Dog kind of turned that into a popular trope, I guess. But I know, like the recent God of Wars used that a lot as well. Okay, so I need to just, I guess, clear this all the way along the cliffs, and then we can check that road there. Starting with Jack and Daxter, yeah. Little green bug from Raymond telling you what to do. Yeah, or Navi, right, in Ocarina of Time. But I think it was sort of a little different there because those were like clear. They were basically living tutorials, right? That was sort of their purpose. The flea in Okami, yeah. I think the way sort of like Naughty Dog implemented those things by making the character a little more of a presence, right? Like a proper character with a whole constant presence, and the conversations between the characters not just being about like those little things. Well, I guess Okami, you know, sort of fits that as well, but I don't know. It's just it's not when Navi or the, you know, the Okami gold thing and character. What was the name of the flea in Okami again? The little guy. That little character was so funny. They kind of pop up out of nowhere, right? To have like a moment. I think the way Naughty Dog sort of started doing those things is that it would happen like while you were playing, like seamlessly, right? It wasn't like a cutscene or an interruption. Just the character saying things as you were walking around and doing things. I think, you know, it's certainly more elegant. Isun, thank you. Yeah, that's the name. God, Isun was so funny. Very lewd in many ways. But, you know, it fits a certain stereotype of a character, I guess. Okay, so we have at least one dungeon. Somewhere here, I guess. That we're gonna have to uncover today. Still, I think we'll get through it pretty fast, and I'm still confident we'll hit the castle today. I have room temperature IQ for game puzzles. Maybe I should be grateful. Yeah, no, I mean, listen, I don't think it's a bad thing. Like, you know, I don't think it's an objectively bad thing. I just personally prefer when the game just leaves you alone. Ideally, I like games that give you the choice. If they want to have those hints or tutorial helps and all that, I like when the game gives you a choice. Like, I remember, I think Uncharted had options to turn off the hints for the puzzles. I'm sure other games do as well, but yeah, typically I like when they give you the option so that people want to use them. That's fine, and if you don't want to, then you can just turn it off. But yeah, when a game has a character that keeps on backseating you and there's no way for you to turn that off, that usually annoys me very quickly. I would rather spend hours struggling on a puzzle than, you know, the solution being given to me. Yeah, Tixar, I agree. But each game has their own ways of dealing with that, I guess. What's up, Philinor? A lot of that in the new Indiana Jones. Oh, okay. I plan on playing that one day. I don't know. That's unfortunate if it's... There's a lot of in-game backseating. Remember a game that I played long ago that had hints on a timer? Also an option to just ask for the hint from the pause menu. To turn it off. Which would not only turn off the timer, but tell you to turn the option back on if you actually ask for them. Oh, that's elegant. I like that. What's up, Cowpone? How are you doing today? You didn't see any hints in the new Indiana Jones? Okay. Yeah, maybe there's something you can turn on or off. Or maybe the difficulty settings changes that. I don't know. Imagine Kuno as a tutorial voiceover. I would play that, probably. I'm very Kuno positive. Horizon Forbidden West. Main character would nudge you towards the solution. Yeah, I played the... I always mentioned that game as a game that sort of disappointed me. I played the tutorial area of that game. And I was really interested at first. Like, the world seems right up my alley and... You know, and... As soon as I hit the open world, it felt like... I just didn't want to play anymore. There was a lot of checklists and stuff to do, and I was kind of annoyed. I still think it may be a game I want to revisit in the future. Wait, that's not the... I thought that was this, but there's another little grace here. Hell yeah. Another little grace. But yeah, I'm still... There's still a part of me that wants to go back to Horizon Forbidden West and eventually play it. I'm just... Or Zero Dawn, rather, yeah. Who are you? Zero Dawn's the first one, right? Forbidden West, the second one. Look at this guy. Holy shit. Zweihander. Big ass cool looking armor. Do I have a Zwei as well? I found a Zwei, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Nice. John, Elden Ring? I don't know. War Master's Shack. I'm assuming that's the War Master. God, he looks cool. Holy. Dude, that armor is so sick. What's up, Elisa? 130 hours in, we just reached this shack. You're faster than usual. 126 even. I'm taking that as a major insult. How dare you call me fast? Okay, there's layers to this. Not gonna go there. But yeah, I don't know. I think Zero Dawn's the kind of open world where you can easily ignore the checklist stuff, focus on the exploration, the main story if you want to. The world building, the main story are the best part. You know, maybe one day I'll try streaming Horizon Zero Dawn. Why not? Worst case scenario, I played for a couple weeks and I figure, you know what, that's definitely not the game for me. And then we have a nice conversation about what my issues are with it, and there's still value in that content, right? Having a nice conversation around the way the game is designed and all that. And if it clicks, then we have a great game that a lot of people enjoy. So, oh, that's a shame. That armor looked nice until I look at the footsies. That's like, you know, when you get with someone you think are super hot, and then suddenly you get in bed and you undress them and they have like terrible like fungus-ridden toenails. You know what I'm talking about? That's kind of how I feel right now. Yeah. It's a boomstick, duck feet. Yeah, I mean, he's got foot fungus. Yeah, not the best part of the armor. The armor looks really sick. I'm not a fan of the duck feet though, but his eyes are so weird. He looks undead a little bit. Cool lion or beast motif on the armor. Yeah, it kind of ruins the whole thing, unfortunately. So close to being like the perfect armor. I mean, I guess if I can get that armor at some point, I'll mix and match. I wish it had a cape though. Daniel gets a girl in bed and goes for the feet. And listen, if I get someone in bed, I don't necessarily go for the feet, but eventually you're gonna see them. It's gonna happen at some point. I'm not big into feet. I don't have the, you know, I know a lot of people have a foot fetish. I'm not one of them. The Vachel. Interesting Daniel lore. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, to each their own. I'm just. In fact, I've said that before, but I find like feet generally do nothing for me. I think like a nice looking shoe is a lot more attractive than a bare foot. I understand, you know, finding the appeal in a nice looking shoe. Like, especially feminine shoes, right? Like, dudes' shoes, I don't know. I've never you know. But like a nice, you know, a nice looking shoe can be really attractive. I wonder if that fetish is much more common or if it's overrepresented because people are vocal about it. I think there's a bit of a meme about it too on the internet. Like people just meme about that. I don't know. I will say that it's not a thing I've experienced in real life personally. But again, I'm not a woman. I'm thinking there's a gender thing at play there. I think women probably know more about that. I've talked about it with some of my exes. One of them mentioned she had been with a dude that had a foot fetish and that it was very weird. So, but that's just one example. So, I don't know.
Not seen you before. Name's Bernal. Tarnished, just
Bernal.
like you. Let me ask you something.
Sure.
Are you here in the lands between to take up the fight? Does your faith in the guidance of grace hold firm, despite the collapse of the Golden Order?
Interesting. My faith holds firm, or I'm not sure. I'm thinking in proper From Software fashion, if you want to get, you know, the quests going and all that, most often than not, you're supposed to, you know, be a yes man with the character. I don't remember a lot of quests in Dark Souls where you had to say no, but you never know. But generally being a yes man with the character is the best way to make progress. So we'll see. Socks on, preferably out of view range. Yeah, I don't know, yeah. I'm not disgusted either. Like, I don't care about feet. They just don't do anything for me. They're just feet. Not sure sounds like exactly your kind of answer though. That's true. But I will go with my faith holds firm. I'm gonna lie to everyone in this world just to get what I want.
Yes, you're a tarnished through and through. Takes me back. But that's a quality needed now more than ever. Any interest in bearing the torch of my battle arts?
Oh.
All I know is the sword. Picked up a fair few tricks in my time, too. Now's the time to pass them on. To a good and proper tarnished, like you.
Learn skills. Oh, he's a war master. That makes sense. Just like real life. What, lying to people? How dare you, Nasrallah?
There's a myriad of battle arts in these lands that I've yet to discover. Mementos of all the warriors who raised their arms in battle, lost and died. A fine tale, all told of true chivalric romance. That's how I fell in love with the sword and the arts of combat. It grants meaning even to falling in battle, to death itself.
Okay. I wonder if it's a scenario like, you know, you buy all their shit and then it progresses the quest a little bit. That's a lot of skills, holy crap.
Not floating your boat, eh?
No, I'm gonna buy shit, don't worry.
There's no rush. Knowledge of the arts can wait another day.
I'm gonna buy your stuff, don't worry, I'm just
There you are. Decided to bear the torch of my battle arts.
Okay. Before I do that, I want to take some notes.
Well, there's no rush. Knowledge of the arts can wait another day.
So we're gonna bring the notes down. We're gonna make a note of that nerd. Ugh, I really need to organize my notes. Night Bernal, like that, I think. Let me. I'm using my Steam feature to rewind, so I can read conversation again. That's when we talk about duck feet. I spent a lot of time looking at those feet. Jesus. I can't find the conversation with... Oh, there it is. Okay. He's a tarnished. Teaches battle skills. Asked me if I still believed in the guidance of grace despite the fall of the Golden Order. Was happy that I told him yes. He said something. There's a myriad of battle arts in these lands that I've yet to discover. Mementos of all the warriors who raised their arms in battle, lost and died. So the idea of the Ashes of War is interesting. It's kind of... It's like a memory of the warriors who fell. Like a memory of their combat prowess. As if their skill was materialized in an item that you can then use or whatever. I think that's pretty interesting. A fine tale all told of true chivalric romance. That's how I fell in love with the sword, the arts of combat. Okay. It grants meaning even to falling in battle, to death itself. Oh, that's an interesting concept, because then it changes the meaning of death, right? You're sort of giving future warriors your skills by falling in battle and allowing them to carry your shit, right? It's interesting. Presented Ashes of War like a memento of fallen warriors, giving meaning to death in battle. I like that. That's really cool. I tracked my feet disgust to the film Witches from 1990. Watched it as a kid. The evil witches who ate children could be identified by not having toes on their feet. Somehow transferred my fear of them onto feet themselves. Interesting. I haven't seen that movie, Witches. At which point is it a fetish? Is liking breasts or butts or legs a fetish? Neck, arms? Yeah, I don't know what the, why. I guess ultimately, I think it's about what's commonly. It's like common understanding of things, right? Like in a lot of cases, like in a sexual context or a sensual context, breasts, butts, private parts, you know, those things are considered, you know, sexual attributes. Typically feet aren't, but it is very arbitrary, it feels like, right? So ultimately it's about what is commonly agreed upon as being a thing, right? There's like a... I don't know how to... Yeah, it's like a silent agreement that things are the way they are, but... I think context is kind of important, right? Like, just like... just like there's nothing sexual, for instance, in, you know, an exposed breast in the case of a woman breastfeeding, for instance. So, like, the context also changes the perception of said things. Yeah, I don't know. But it's all very arbitrary, of course.
There you are.
Alright, let's see. 2K, 3.4, 5, 6, 8.6, 9.2, 9.8. So 10K total.
Not floating well.
Let's see if I can find a way to... Oof, I'm gonna be a little short, I think. Oh, maybe not, actually. Hold on. No, actually I can spend 20 of these and we're good. Hell yeah.
There you are.
Okay, heavy affinity, upward cut, brace, armament, step into a low stance, prevents recoil from most enemy attack, followed with a strong attack with an upward strike. A kick! Heavy affinity and the following skill, kick. Push an enemy back with a high kick. I love that. I hate that it's a heavy thing though. If I could get a quality Ash of War with a kick on it, I would probably use it. Having a kick would be great. Maybe I can mix and match in the future. I don't know how flexible the system is, we'll see. But yeah, if I can get a quality affinity with a kick, I could see myself using that. Breaking those shields. Assume an anchored stance to... Sometimes the simple tool is the most effective. That's a nice line. Anchored stance to brace for incoming attacks, briefly boosting poise. Damage taken while using this skill is reduced. Give a war cry to rally the spirit and increase attack power. While active, strong attacks changed to charging attacks. Slash foes as your body spins. Additional inputs allows for follow-up attacks. Impaling thrust, piercing armaments overcome enemy shield, build power, lunge forward for a strong thrust that pierces an enemy attack. Skill prized by the crafty and fleet of foot. Perform a quick step maneuver that allows for circling around lock-on targets. This is a quality one, nice. Lust skill of Stormveil. Stormblade. Surround armament with shearing storm winds that can be fired forward. Can be fired in rapid succession. That's a parry for shields, okay. And then no skill. The armament has no skill. If the armament in the other hand has a skill, that skill will be used instead. Oh, cool. That means I can put that on a shield, and instead of getting barricade shield or whatever, I can then use my thrusting thing on my spear. Oh, that's nice. That's a neat little thing. Okay, well, I'll just buy everything. Nice. It took me far too long to work out. That's because it answers one of my issues. I was faced with the situation before where I was like, I would like to use my spear attack, but instead I have my shield equipped, so I can't. I have to two-hand to use the spear attack. Not with this. So that's the only reason why it just suddenly, like, it was like, oh, that's so cool. Did you kill boss yet? I killed a boss today, which was the Crucible Knight that was here in the Everjail. That's the one boss I killed today. Just today. I killed all of them, yeah. Don't say that. I don't know if you were talking about like another specific boss. If you're talking about the one we were fighting for a few days in the tower here, yes, that one's dead. Yeah.
Oh, not had your fill, eh? Worry not. Have enough to
You
keep
can't say
busy.
stuff like that, Jode. People are gonna take you seriously and spoil
Well.
shit.
Until we meet again. Oh, not had your fill, eh? Worry not. Have enough to keep you busy.
Ah, I forgot about that, Kim. Well, like I said, we killed the boss today, but you know.
Ah, hello. Glad to see you safe. Here to learn a battle art or two.
You have new ones? Nope. Okay, I was wondering if, you know, buying everything would change something, but apparently not. Okay. It's okay, Jode. Well, okay. I was gonna say I'm leaving it be. What's up, Simmons? Let me check what the weather is like today. I don't know if I want to open my window or not. I can't tell if it's fucking hot or if it's not. You know what? Let me go check the temperature in the room and check if I want to open my window. I'll be right back. Alright, thank you for your patience. I did open the windows slightly. How do you get Dan Pog? It's a BTTV emote. Everyone has it on this channel. Okay, I need to try, I'm gonna do the shack thing. Okay, that nerd's here. I mean, I first came during the night and nothing was there, so... Oh? Oh! Bell-bearing hunter, holy shit, dude. So there's several of them. And so far, I've found one in different... Oh my... The range of that thing. So I wonder... Oh man. Does every... Almost... Like, okay, no, the Stormhill Shack didn't have one. We tried. I'm gonna have to go back to every shack in the game that I... You know, prior to this one. No, this one. And try that again. Okay, so there's one here. We'll go back here for sure, because there's a quest. Here, we'll go back when we go to, yeah. Caelid again. I need to go to this one to try that at some point. There's another one here. Yeah, this one. Okay, I need to put markers on. I'm gonna put markers like with a skull. Just to remember that I need to test them. I need to test those shacks for... I mean, now it kind of makes me wonder, like, what if every grace in the game could potentially have one? Like, what if random church ones can have them? Oh my god, it's gonna... You know what? Okay, no, what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna... The shacks, for sure, I'm gonna check again, because we've seen two at two different shacks. But going forward, I think whenever I find a grace, I'm gonna have to test it. And if at some point we find one at a random grace, then we'll have to ask ourselves difficult questions about how much we want to actually check every fucking grace in the game. But so far we're gonna stick with shacks, I guess. Ugh. Okay, Bernal's there. And Bernal's gone. Hell yeah, okay. I mean, it's clearly easier than the one we fought in Caelid. I do way more damage and he doesn't kill me in one hit. Oh shit. Actually, come a little outside there. I need more space to move. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. I was trying to heal. I should have just fought instead of trying to heal. Even if it doesn't kill me in one hit, it's still pretty damn strong. Does that mean you are a bell bearing? No, I think the lore based on what we were given. One of the items gave us some lore about them. Was the bell bearing we found? Hold on. A gravity stone peddler who was slain by the bell bearing hunter. Right? They're hunting people for the bell bearings. I don't know why they're hunting me. I mean, maybe, you know, I didn't have a bell bearing when he attacked me, but I guess it's just we're here, so. Oh shit. Oh, that's cheaty, Simmons. I hope you get your money back. There we go. Short work of this one, the Bone Peddler's Bell Bearing. Thin animal bones and hefty beast bones. Oh, that's pretty cool. I can use those things without having to hunt. Bell bearing of an unfortunate bone peddler who was slain by the bell bearing hunter. I like that. This is cool. Nice, Siemens. Yeah, that's, well, as long as it's sold, right? Happy for you. We can spare animals now. Yay! Except it's cheaper to just kill and hunt ourselves, right? My experience with delivery companies is that they suck. Oh yeah. Most delivery companies are pretty bad. I agree with that.
Ah, hello. Here to learn about...
Now, there's a bit of a bias, I think, with like delivery companies, because obviously you hear about all the bad experiences, right? Like the good experiences, you get your parcel, you're not going to talk about it. You're just, you get it, you got it, you're happy, right? So obviously, like when you look online or whatever, all the stories you hear are the bad experiences, right? But it still seems, from my personal experience of getting stuff delivered, it seems like it happens way too frequently. That they will say they, you know, you weren't there, they leave you like a slip, even though you were there all day at home, and you didn't hear a bell ring, right? But it still happens too often. But it's not as bad as, you know, as it might seem, I guess. Misinformation, yep, if you're not sure, don't give the information, yeah. Okay, so we're almost done with this side. We do have to explore this, though. No. Can just put one here. We haven't been further than there. Man, this place, the layout of this place is kind of... It's not that easy to explore. It's a little convoluted. Let me tell you about that thing where I ordered something and it arrived, yeah. Oh my god. Holy shit, this dude's like a fucking Soul Calibur character. Okay, so this leads me back to the Stormhill Shack, so we're gonna go there. Making sure we're not missing anything on the way. Very good. What's the Elden Ring DLC vinyl? Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Good soundtracks in this game. What's up, Slim Chatty? How are you doing today? Yeah, we're back in Limgrave. We crossed the Stormgate finally after 125 hours or something. Killed the Crucible Knight in here. Explored all the bottom of this. And now I'm about to explore a little bit of that. And then later today, we're finally getting to Stormvale, I think. That's the plan, at least. I do want to make it to Stormvale Castle today. I haven't been to the round table in a while. I wonder if I should... I mean, we haven't made progress in the story, so I'm assuming nothing will have changed. Let's see. I'm gonna go take a look, maybe upgrade a weapon. But I'm assuming nothing has changed because we haven't made story progress. Oh, I can also give the ball bearing to the husk. I feel like I've never been here. This place is so peaceful. The music is great. I love it. That armor looks sick, though. I wonder, Favorite hub area beats Majula. It's funny how Majula is so highly ranked. I never got it. I understand the music carries a lot of, Majula's appeal. But I always think about that gaping fucking smelly hole in the middle. That's a sentence. Majula is like, okay, the view is great. The music is great. The view is great. I agree. It's just a no, it's not. It's a gigantic hole in the middle of town. You're gonna come home from the tavern or drinking with your friends. You're gonna fall down that shit and die. And it probably smells like death. Have you seen what's down there? Then don't be a drunk idiot? That sounds like boring to live there forever. They need a railing and a cover. Something to fight the smell, I just think it must smell like trash. But I do agree that the view is nice, the music is nice, and the... what's her name? The Emerald Herald is very cute. Love her. I will say, I am a Hunter's Dream enjoyer. If I have to pick one, spend the rest of my days forever, it's gonna be the Hunter's Dream. For me. There's not a lot of people, it's quiet, a nice little workshop for you with a fire, What's up, Gagage? How are you doing? Have you fallen into the hole? I don't think so. Last time I played, but... What's up, Inmatoro? How are you? It just wants a weird Lady Maria clone. Listen. You're not wrong. Just get rid of the old dude and hang out with the doll forever. That doesn't sound too bad. Filled with pale little creeps. Oh yeah, that's true. Those things are in there. I need to play Bloodborne again. Yeah, those little dudes are a little strange, but oh well. Sekiro hub. Oh yeah, the temple was pretty cool. Pretty peaceful. I like it. The sculpture was a little creepy, from what I can remember, but... I need to... Like, I started playing Sekiro in, like, 2023, but we never went very far in that playthrough. I gotta get back to it at some point, or start again, but... The wood carving was lit. I mean, the sound was great, but... Argument for roundtables. Fia gives hugs. Yeah, but I don't know. The roundtable, I don't hate it so far. I think it's a little too populated. And I feel like I would lack privacy. And it feels... I'm afraid most of the place would be cold. If you're not near a fire. I don't know. The vibe seems warm to you? Yeah, I mean... I've been in old medieval castles. They're very cold if you're not near fire. So, but like this looks cozy, right? Sitting there reading books all day with a nice little fire. There's a nice the kitchen areas we've been in, you know, with the fires and all that. That seems nice. Space seems okay. Yeah, I don't know. If I can have a private room like Fia, then yeah, okay, send me up.
We've spoken long enough.
Okay, nothing has changed here. Yeah, if I can have a private room like Fia does, with a nice fire and a nice bed, then yeah, this place is neat. Like this looks nice, right? The music is nice. For sure.
Well, I took you.
No, I wasn't dead, Hugh. I'm never dead. You don't have to worry about me. Oh, wait. Oh, shit! I need souls. I spent all the souls. I'm an idiot. I'm gonna sell my duplicates. You can hear how Yu is putting his back into it. Like, you can hear the effort. Smashing those things. Man's a hard worker. You die all the time? What the fuck you mean? I always come back? I'm not dead. Ah, okay. We need to upgrade our boss killing weapon, I think. Where is it? Twin blade. It takes all 6 of my level 2 stones. But yeah, I mean, I don't have another sword that I would like to use instead of that. Or weapon in general. I think so far I'm pretty happy with it. I could see myself using a big axe at some point in this playthrough, just for fun. We'll see. Yeah, let's upgrade. Oh wait, can I upgrade it even further? I could, but I need more souls. I also need... Are both my weapons level 5 now? Hold on. That's level 6. And that's level 6. Okay, so I can upgrade both of them to level 7. If I have the souls. Level 7. Yeah, I'll keep them evenly upgraded. Level 7. Okay, cool. Partisan. This is a normal twin blade. It does 67 and 65. That's 132. 132. Let's see. Quality gives me 134. The quality as of now is slightly better than normal. $13, but that's 17, 18 more. Okay. So yeah, quality, I have enough stats now that quality actually does better. Which one though? Powering up your next attack. Okay. One of the skills channels the tempests of Stormvale. Stomp hard to kick up a momentary storm. Yeah, that seems to fit with the Twin Blade thing. Oh, what? How does... Wait, why can I pick standard and quality but not like strength? Okay, so it seems I can all turn them into standard or the one they have. Like this one's strength, those ones are, well, heavy, keen, quality. But I can go standard if I want to. But then I can also add fire or flame art on all of them? Why is that a thing? I am so confused. I really wonder why, is that something I did with Hugh? Did I give him an item that I don't remember giving him? That enabled that, maybe? Man, I mean, going for like fire or whatever is a shit ton of damage, but I guess if you face an enemy that has fire defense, then you're not really getting there. I think I'm gonna go quality. Yeah. Quality Twin Blade with Storm Stomp. And on my exploring weapon, I'll go... Standard is 133. This is 133 as well. Okay, so standard or quality is the same thing. I guess plus 28 minus 28. Yeah. So eventually at that point, whenever I put points in strength or dex, it's gonna get better. Cool. Which one does it have right now? Impaling Thrust. Man, if only I could get kick on that. God, kick would be so great. But yeah, I'm losing power doing it, unfortunately. So hopefully what I'm hoping is I can get kick, but choose quality here. That'd be nice. Yeah, I'm Siemens. I'm unsure of how the customization of the Ashes of War works. I'm not sure exactly how it all works. I'm sure I'll figure it out as I keep playing, but for now it's a bit of a mystery. Which is okay. I like a mystery. I mean, I'm not very much using the spear attack anyway, the special piercing attack. Oh. Although it is probably better than this to pierce shields. So since it's not giving me any specific damage bonus right now, I'll just stick with it. Okay, cool. I think we're good. We are good to go.
Back already.
Yeah, so to me right now, it's not the indecision. I know exactly what I want. It's more like I don't get why, you know, for those heavy ones, I can pick standard or fire and flame. Those keen ones, I can pick standard or fire and flame. Like I can change the affinity, but only in like certain ways. I can't like put quality on this one, for instance. But Fire and Flame works on almost everyone. I'm not sure exactly how it works, right? I'm unsure if I gave him an item at some point that allowed that, or if I forgot that I did something with him. Maybe I gave him a... Oh, wasn't there an item that I had early on that said something like you need to give that to a master blacksmith or whatever? And I gave it to him, but that was probably like a month ago. Like, of course I forgot. But I think that's what enabled the flame stuff. I'm pretty sure, actually. I remember having an item that said you need to give that to like a blacksmith. So yeah, I'm gonna assume that's what it was. So finding more, it's like the embers in Dark Souls. You find more embers, and it allows the blacksmith to do different affinities, right? Cool. Okay, if that's how it works, then that's really neat. I like that. Another thing that sort of encourages exploration, because you can find those embers or whatever they're going to be in this game by just exploring, and you know, I like that. That's cool. Okay. I don't know what to spend my 2K on. I guess I'll keep them. I wanted to do a little bit of mix and matching there, see if I can change my armor a little bit. I'm gonna stand on the table, I don't care, it's probably sacrilegious to do that, but... Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. If it had a cape, I would really like that. I do like a good cape. I know Edna Mode said no capes, but... I don't know, I feel naked without a cape. Especially with that helmet. That helmet invites the presence of a cape. Or at least, you know, something a little bigger. Like, that's cool, for instance. I like that. Yeah, I don't know. I like that armor. If it had a cape, honestly, I would totally rock it. I'm getting tired of the orange and green, I think. Second last row far right. This one, the Black Flame Monk. Yeah, I think it's okay. Especially like the back of it is really cool. I'm not a fan of the huge face on your chest, though. Those dirty boots. I love my boots. They're the Black Flame Monk's boots. I think they look sick. The red one, yeah, I actually quite like this one. I'm considering kind of going with this for a little while. No, you would think so, Deadwell. The robe doesn't actually have the face. It's the hood that has the face, if you wear both with one another, yeah. Ridiculous. Oh my god, this looks so bad. This looks cool. Okay, I think the bucket head looks weird without a cape because it's pretty big, so you need like the torso to be big as well to compensate. But if you mix with a smaller helm, this actually kind of looks okay. What armor set? This one is one I bought, just knight armor. It was sold by the husks. Yeah, this is not bad. I don't hate this. Oh my god, this is so lame. So ridiculous. I didn't make it to the castle yet, but we've been doing some good exploration today, Credo. We're exploring around the castle right now. We're getting back into it in a minute. I'm just... yeah, mix and matching armor. I feel like I need some variety a little bit. I do like this though. This looks really cool. The blue is nice. I do like that blue though. I feel like a Demon Souls Knight like this. Yeah, it is a pretty large area for sure. How do the bugs helmet? Ridiculous. Look at this shit. Fancy, well, I guess so. When the hell created this? I don't know. The lands between, you know, are a mysterious place. Yeah, I do kind of like the red though. I do like this one's growing on me, I will say. Even without a cape, it's growing on me a little bit. This one's really sick. It works with the lance too. The little stuff on the shoulders, you know, little feathers or whatever. Kind of works well with the spear. You look like you've been skipping leg day with the blue armor. I guess so. Knight's armor is giving sword user vibes. I mean, to me it looks like the base armor in Demon Souls. Which I'm pretty sure it's what it's based on. It's the same design all through the years. It has really cool details though. Like, look at the details on it. Holy shit. I just noticed that. That's fucking sick. Holy crap, the details are so fucking cool. Not only like the black bands, but there's like little things in between, like, you know, little forged embossed stuff on the... Oh man, what's my main gaming monitor? It's an AOC 24 something, 24 inches. Yeah, G2 whatever. Yeah, this is a little more, you know, a little more rustic, I guess. Less plates, a little more leather protections. It's not bad. I like it. Obviously, this one gives more poise. But yeah, there's a lot of cool details for sure. Oh, actually, hold on. I wanted to check this. What's the difference? It's just a worse shield, but it's lighter. Okay. It doesn't look as good as I was hoping. I guess we're sticking with the Dorito shield. That Dorito shield is it's been with us for a long time. It's a big part of that adventure. No, there's more parts, but I probably wasn't gonna use them anyway, so I didn't want to spend the money for now. It's a big shield in bottom left. The spiked palisade shield, like a spiked shield. It seems It doesn't have very good defense, but it's, you know, it's cool. I do want to eventually use this one, though. I think when I have the strength stats, I'm probably gonna use this one. It looks so cool. I would love to use a great shield for my exploration set. Feeling very protected behind my old my little shield, you know. Journey Ball Z. Are you talking about Dragon Ball Z? I haven't started watching it. I'm ways away from starting to watch that. I have so much content to watch. Okay. I mean, I could keep going with this for a while. Still a cool armor set, but... You were referring to Elden Ring. You did not make that clear at all. Especially since we had a conversation about watching Dragon Ball again the other day. We're exploring around Stormvale Castle. We're not in the castle yet. We're just exploring the little cliffs and plains around it. Maybe there's a flavor thing here, right? Going in Stormvale Castle, wearing a red main castle outfit is kind of a, I think, a vibe, like provocation-wise, right? Pretending to be a soldier of a different kingdom, invading. It's kind of a cool flavor, I think. Also, for new stream viewers, a pretty interesting indication of how far we've been in our journey before we got there. Sends a message, right? Yeah. I like that. Yeah, I don't know. I like that outfit like that. It's pretty cool. It's a good mix and match, I think. If I want to change from this. I mean, this is... God, I wish it was a different color. If it was purely black and yellow, I would never have to change. It's just, I'm getting tired of the green. Green's never really been one of my favorite colors. Orange can be okay, but... I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of that green in particular. A darker green, sure. This? Nah. I do like the cape. I mean, it looks really cool. Pizza and salad armor. Yeah, you know what? Let's switch it up a little bit. I need some change. I'm also, at some point, I'm gonna use the thing in Fia's room to change my appearance a little bit. We're not gonna change, you know, a lot of things, but like, you know, maybe have the hair grow a little bit, or like simulate a little bit of the journey on that character. But I think the first moment I'm gonna change that is gonna be after Stormvale Castle. I think Stormvale Castle is gonna be the end of, like, it kind of marks the end of a season, right? It was a long build up to this. But once we're done with Stormvale Castle, I think that's when we're gonna do the first modification on our character's appearance. To mark the end of the first overarching journey. I think that's gonna work. That's a good timing there. Where was I? Stormhill, I think? Yeah. And then I start from there. Alright. Go. The tutorial will be officially done. Yeah, I guess so. All right. How am I doing this? I think this is the way to the castle, I'm thinking, right? So I'm gonna go this way, and we're gonna start with maybe this, maybe this, and then sort of like hook around, right? And then get there. I think that's gonna be the play. Kill it before Stormvale is crazy. I didn't have a choice, though. I mean, I guess technically I did. I could have teleported back, but we got teleported. Well, first of all, we did the whole, right, that area down there, the Weeping Peninsula. That was a week-long arc, pretty early in the story. And then I got teleported, right, all the way to here. And so, you know, I explored a little bit, finished the dungeon, blah, blah, blah. On my way back, I got distracted by the fucking castle. Had a 4-day long battle with Misbegotten Warrior and Crucible Knight. And then we made it back home. We explored the Mistwoods. All that area down there as well a little bit. I haven't been able to get to the upper levels, but like the whole lower levels was done. And then as I was ready to go back to Stormvale, I got another teleporter here that sent me back all the way up here. Spent 3 days fighting Kindred. Eventually got him. Decided to ignore everything and run all the way back home. Saw the tower here, was like, you know what, this looks cool, I'm gonna explore. Spent 4 days fighting the Godskin Apostle. And then again, we didn't really explore Caelid. Like, Caelid is not clear whatsoever. We've explored a few locations in Caelid, but most of it is still like unexplored. So we'll eventually have to go back and do like the proper, you know, but everything in its own time, right? And yeah, now we finally made it back, crossed the Stormgate, and we're starting to explore around Stormvale today. So yeah, that's pretty much catching you up with what we were doing hidden on this journey. It's been a while, 130 hours almost. So yeah, if you stick around, you'll quickly find out that I don't play games like your typical gamer, I guess. I like taking my time and, you know, taking a lot of notes and all that. I would not consider you a speedrunner. No, that's definitely true, yeah. Game is about to feel a bunch easier now. It has felt a lot easier, yeah. Since I've been in back to the Stormgate. We killed the Crucible Knight here in like 2 attempts, because I was used to the moveset as well. Killed the Bell-Bearing Hunter here in like 2 attempts as well. 3 maybe. I did, but that was a decade ago, Strange Pie. One of these days I should probably renew my Boshi license, you know. Beating the game again casually just to confirm that I'm still the Boshi. But yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Obviously, I think for a little while the game's gonna feel a bit easier than it was when we were in Caelid, but I think the fact that I'm not leveling up HP at all is gonna sort of balance that a little bit, right? Because the bosses are still gonna kill me pretty quickly, I think. I mean, most of the enemies still kill me pretty fast if I fuck up, so that sort of maintains a little bit of challenge, regardless. But obviously I do a shit ton of damage, more than I should. I bet you have some Boshi muscle memory. I like to think so. Like, sometimes I'm remembering some screens of Boshi that I took a long time to learn, and I'm like, I can feel in my fingers like the exact way to pass them. But I think that's just false memory. Like, I remember the idea of it, but if I was actually trying to do it, I would probably screw up. Yes, Inder? Hey, maybe that can be a thing I do on stream at some point in the future. Like a memorial renewal of my Boshi license for you know, for fun, right? I guess. How are you, Facehugger? Good to see you. Let's hope the in-game timer supports more than $9.99. Oh, okay, let's be reasonable here. I don't think it's gonna be that long. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I like that when Warren started uploading the videos on YouTube, he added a 0 to the normal, you know, normally there's like 2 numbers, right, for like the episode count. He added an extra 0 when he put episode 1 up. And like one of the the first comment on that YouTube video is like, adding an extra 0 implying there will be more than 100 episodes is crazy work. And I was like, that person does not know. That person is not aware yet. We're definitely getting to 100 episodes, that's for sure. I mean, we're already like 30 something, right? 30 plus. So, yeah. Oh, Jesus, more Tornado Wolf. Wolf-nado. I'd be shocked if it didn't at least end at 200. Okay, no, that's unreasonable. What episode are we on? Warren? Or anyone that knows? 33 something, maybe? Let me, should I hit the grace? Sure. Let's just checkpoint here, so if we die, we start here. Okay, so I think I'm gonna go there first. Clear this. This. Oh yeah, we have this also. We only went up there, I think. Yeah. And then on my way back, probably go up here. Yeah. But yeah, I think we are somewhere in the 30s. I'm gonna estimate that we'll end around 150 episodes. Less than 200, for sure. Maybe not, I don't know. Well, I mean, there's a whole fucking DLC. Which, from what Naz told me, the DLC is gonna be a pain in my ass with the, you know, the way I decide to play. No HP and all that, so. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not impossible that we're gonna literally spend 10 plus days on certain bosses and all that, right? So yeah, I mean, it can add up pretty quickly. Also, those nerds have put traps in front of their base, but literally left a gaping hole in the middle of the road. That seems very inefficient. Just saying. Naz complains about Souls for a living. No, I don't think it was saying that the DLC was bad or anything. I think Naz didn't like the DLC very much, but I don't think he was saying that in the sense that I was not going to like it, but more in the sense that it was going to be difficult for me to play it because of my no HP sort of self-rule, right? But we'll see. Like I've said before, I'm getting one-shot by bosses now, so it's not going to get harder on that front, right? You can't get more than one shot. They can one-shot you more easily with harder movesets and all that, but, you know. I think you'll like the DLC. Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. I'm excited for the entire rest of this journey. It's been a blast so far, so let's hope. Hopefully, it keeps being as exciting and fun. I'm very excited to put more of the lore together as I keep finding stuff. It's really cool. But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong that Naz's job description is literally hating Souls games for a living, so. Which, respect. I don't know if I could play a game that I hate every day. I mean, I do play Tekken 8 every day. But it's not the same. Tekken 8 goes from, oh my god, this is the best game ever, to I hate this fucking shit every 5 seconds. So. was very upset at Tekken 8 yesterday. I don't know, I was very mad. I was saying some terrible, terrible things about my opponents. And then at the end of my session, I was like, oh, this was a terrible session. I hated that session. And I looked at my record, 14-15. And one of those wins, I should have had one more win because I made a dude rage quit so hard. I blocked his rage art and he disconnected. So I didn't get that win. So technically my record is 15-15 for yesterday. So, you know, 50%. I'm getting higher in levels. You know, it makes sense that I would... To me, in fact, I would call it a success of the matchmaking system. I remember having that experience when I was playing Street Fighter where I felt like either I was blowing up my opponent or I was getting blown up. I rarely had matches in Street Fighter where I felt like, okay, this is like pretty even. Like we're evenly matched and it really feels good whether you win or lose, right? I don't know, I think it was because of the way the system works in Street Fighter, and I was in Diamond for a long period of time. I was matching with a lot of like really good players that had their secondaries, right? In Master as well. In Diamond. So I think that was part of why it felt like that very often. And then when I would face like proper lower Diamond players or whatever, I felt like you know, usually the matches would feel pretty easy-ish. And only like 30% would feel pretty well balanced. I will say I don't have that experience with Tekken. I can count on one hand. I was telling that to Naz yesterday. The number of matches where I'm like, that guy was clearly a lot better than I was. Like I couldn't, like I was literally getting outplayed every fucking second. Like those matches are very noticeable when you face like really fucking good players that aren't using cheese or knowledge checks and are literally blowing you up on fundamentals. And those don't happen too often. Neither do I have matches where I'm like, okay, that guy really doesn't know what he's doing, right? And I'm just murdering him. Again, like a few matches like that, but not too many of them since I've sort of started plateauing. So I think it's a good testament. It's a testament to the quality of the matchmaking. Most of my matches, I feel like I'm playing against people of my level. And usually if I'm getting mad, it's because I feel like I'm losing to a bunch of bullshit that I just don't know, and I'm you know, I don't have the knowledge checks, and that feels bad, right? Because I haven't played a lot yet. I need to workshop and I need to lab a whole lot, but yeah. But yeah, I think the matchmaking in Tekken has been really, really good so far. Who's Naz is one of my moderators, colleague streamers, and one of my best friends, who I spend way too much time watching wrestling and playing fighting games with. Well, we play at the same time, but each of us a different fighting game. Yeah. Don't you dare teleport me, chest. Okay. Ooh. The Beast Crest Eater Shield. A medium-sized metal shield. Easier to handle than a kite shield. Features a beast as its crest, serving to remind warriors not to succumb to the arousal of battle. Okay. Fight with passion, but become not its prisoner. That's a really cool description. Yeah, Strange Pie. I was fighting in the streets during lunch. My game kept stirring on KO. Oh, that sucks, Captain Axe. Every character in Street Fighter has its separate ranking. You can match up with someone who's highest rank with a bunch. So in Tekken, the system is a little different in that every character has their own rank, but if you rank higher with your main, every character gets bumped up to a certain level, which typically is the lowest previous tier of like once you reach blue, all your characters are at the lowest red levels or purple levels, or I don't know exactly how it works, but like, yeah, every time you get high enough, all your character get pushed up to a certain level. Not as high, but still pretty high. And it keeps like progressively getting higher as you progress with your main. But the matchmaking, starting with Season 2, takes into account the highest character you have on your account, right? So even if you play on a secondary, you're more likely... It's not perfect, right? Because of, you know, if you can't find anyone, then it's going to match you with someone at the same rank, but it's going to prioritize matching you with people that have their highest level character at the same level as yours, roughly, right? So this is a really cool protection to prevent people at lower levels to mostly fight smurfs, right? Like, you're not going to constantly fight someone who has a main 4 levels ahead of you, which wasn't a thing in Street Fighter. Like, again, most of my, like, half of my diamond matches were against people that had master characters, you know? And it felt a little unfair most of the time, but it is what it is, you know? Yeah, the system right now works very well, Quasi. They, I know they adjusted a lot of things. And currently it's working well. The inflation is decent, like it feeds more points into the higher ranks so that people at higher ranks don't, you know, find themselves alone. And yeah, currently the ranking system in Tekken 8 is pretty damn good, I would say. I'm having a great experience with it, at least. I'm not fighting at very high rank, but I'm very impressed with how it matches me with people of the same level constantly. Like, I very rarely feel like the matches are completely uneven. Padded cloth armor with a chainmail shawl draped over the shoulders, widely used for foot soldiers in the Lord's army. Okay. Can I use that one, or is it just not great? It's lighter. It's also worse at most things. How does it look? Kind of cool. But I'm gonna stick with the Dorito shield for now. Was a mess at launch, yeah. Season 2, the beginning of Season 2 also was a little bit of a mess. They screwed up the... Basically, they changed the system so that it was harder to rank at lower levels a little bit. But the way they did it made it so that there wasn't enough points being fed in the system. Meaning, a lot of the higher rank players would just trade points with one another because no new points would get, you know, brought up at their level. If you get what I mean. So it was almost impossible to reach the higher ranks. And if you were, because you were a professional player that won 70% of your matches, then you were alone up there. And you had to wait hours for matches. I know I said their alarm system was bad earlier and now I look silly, but... I mean, they're all dead, so I guess I win. But now they've changed it so that a little more points are basically... before, like, the high ranks, basically you gain a little more points when you win than when you lose. So more points get fed into the system, even when players just plateau, which means higher level players get all of that inflation coming their way. Which is really, you know, kind of the only way to ensure that higher level players keep getting... opponents, right? So, I mean, I'm not an expert on those systems, but I'm just... That's my understanding of what went wrong for a little bit with it. Okay, so I'm not gonna explore the lower area first, and then we're gonna come back up, explore the upper area, and then the whole circle back home toward Stormvale Castle. How impactful is it having a main in Tekken? Say you give your skill on a main 100... What would your score... Wait. How impactful is having a main in Tekken? Say if you give your skill on your main a 1 to 100 score. What would you score someone you have practiced for an hour? So, assuming my main is my 100... right? Just a baseline, my main character is 100% of my skill. It may not mean that I'm perfect, but that's currently my highest skill, right? And now let's say I pick up a character for an hour. How would that be ranked compared to my main? So I actually disagree with Captain Dax and Quasi there. And the reason for that is I feel like Tekken, as opposed to Street Fighter or some other fighting games, there's a lot of common tools that all characters share. I could pick up any character in the game and be kind of okay with them at my maximum level of play. I wouldn't do great, but I could use some of the fundamental tools after an hour of just like looking at how the character sort of plays and what tools they have and all that, and play pretty okay with it. So again, it depends on the characters. Like there are sort of archetypes for characters. Like if you play a Mishima, if your main is a Mishima character, you can play all the Mishima characters and, you know, have decent results with them. Because they share a lot of fundamental tools and all that. But yeah. I guess it depends on the character, really, but like there are definitely archetypes that are less obvious than others, like a character like Raven or even King, I guess, has a bit of a different game plan, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I would say like it's definitely harder in Street Fighter. Like in Street Fighter, if you start from scratch with a new character, it's the transitions feels a little harder to me, but yeah, Dax. But yeah, like I gave that example of when I was in Australia and I was in Australia and I was playing with people that, you know, I was clearly a lot better than them, even though I hadn't played Tekken 7 almost, and they played it quite a bit, but I had all that experience in Tekken 3 and playing, like, competitively and all that for a while. And at some point I was like, you know, I was telling them to pick my character for me. Like, tell me what character you want me to play against. And I was winning every match, regardless, right? That's how and just using jabs and down forward ones and all those little tools that fundamentally allow you to win a match without really knowing your character. But yeah, again, like, yeah. That's the best way I could answer your question, Mobo. I don't know if I could put a numerical value, but it really depends on the characters. Some characters you can't just pick up and be as good with them, but if you're a Kazuya main, I'm sure you can pick up Aihachi and do pretty okay. Or Reina, or whatever. That's true too. Like, and that's one of the things that I like to also say about Tekken. Is even though they have those shared tools and those fundamentals translate between characters pretty well, the deeper level of understanding of a character is very complex, because there's so many different tools, and many of which you are rarely going to use, but having some of those rare tools in your back pocket to bring them out in a match is really when you start being really good, right? And you don't rely on just flowcharts and all that, and you start bringing out those moves in very unique niche moments that there can be useful with, or against certain strategies or certain characters, or yeah. So like each character, despite having common tools, each character will play extremely differently at high level when you have a high level of mastery. Every character is gonna look very unique and play in a very unique way, which I like quite a bit. That's true, Quasi, yeah. I don't even know the entire moveset of my main, honestly. There's sometimes I'll be in the middle of a match and I'm gonna misinput something and another move comes out in the, you know, the stress of a situation or whatever, and I'm like, oh, I didn't know I had that move. It happens pretty rarely, but it still does from time to time, you know, when I'm screwing up my inputs. It's a very complex game, a lot of depth. So if that's something you enjoy in video games, like labbing and really spending a lot of time learning. But yeah, it makes it a very hard game for newcomers too, because, and that's what I'm experiencing right now, is most of my losses come from facing characters that, you know, facing moves that I don't know how to fight against, because every character has so many moves and so many strings that are, if you don't know how to beat them or where to block and when to duck and when to punish and all that, you're gonna get, you're on the wrong side of the fucking trade there, that's for sure. So it's a hard game for newcomers, even with all my wealth of experience in Tekken 3 and, you know, the first Tekken tag. There's a lot of new characters to learn, a lot of new moves to learn, even on legacy characters, so I'm having a hard time right now. I'm at the point where I need to start really labbing specific stuff, and it's a lot. Is there a most frustrating matchup for you? My worst matchup is Jin. At like, out of the matchups that I've played, you know, I have 0% matchups because I faced like one Raven and I lost or something, right? I don't think actually Raven specifically, but maybe one Zafina and I lost it, so, you know. But characters that I faced quite a bit, like 20 plus matches, Jin's my worst. I have like 27% win rate against him, I think. I really need to lab his shit. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, his bullshit is really, really bullshit in Tekken 8. Oh, there's a Grace there. Nice. What's up, Businala? How are you doing today? Reina, I still need to lab her. She gets away with too much against me. Like, once they pick up on the fact that I can't deal with her pressure, I usually get abused. So Reina is a bit of a... It's my most played matchup because she's that popular, and I have like a 41% win rate, I think. So I really need to get labbing on that one. Other than that, I don't know. I think the ones that I fight rarely but really annoy me, Yoshi, of course. I hate fighting against Brian. I don't think my win rates against him is that bad, but I just don't like fighting him. You have to be excessively patient. What's up, Businala? What's up, Kimmy? Alright, let's hit the Grace. But yeah, Yoshi is annoying. Like, it's just... Especially, like, people playing Yoshi at my level are just doing the bullshit. They don't have any, you know... They're just playing to do the bullshit stuff. That man's having a hell of a time. So Mission Impossible in IMAX last night. I have a migraine now, but it was worth it. Okay. I really need to get some telomere cheese at some point. You've been talking about it so much. I bet he has a migraine. Yeah, maybe that's why he's hitting his head so hard. It's so weird seeing that Shaun of the Dead Hot Fuzz guy in serious movies. Wait, Simon Pegg is in the new Mission Impossible? That's crazy. He turns up in a lot of stuff. I know he was in like Star Wars, right? He did like a voice for a character. He's been in the last 4 or 5? Oh, okay. I didn't know he was a regular in the series. What's up, Gruesome? What level am I? 68. One more level. And then we're, you know. I'm not gonna stop at 69. I'm just making a joke. What's up, Kuma? IMAX is worth it for films you're a fan of? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's expensive, isn't it? But I mean, I'm sure it adds to the experience, especially if the film was really, you know, made for it and everything. So I'm not gonna cross the bridge, right? We said no bridge crossing, but I do want to check. Is there something down there? No. Okay. All right, so let's go back up and explore the side of the northern side. $30. Yeah, that's a lot for a movie. Holy shit. I mean, New Zealand, so that's like what, 18 USD or something. But yep, up there. Yeah, I haven't seen, I will admit, I haven't seen any of the Mission Impossible movies since the second one, I think. So, I'm very much not aware of... Oh, is that it? I guess that's the catacomb I was looking for. Unthinkable. Our hallowed nest... hallowed nest. Can you tell I miss Hollow Knight? Our hallowed resting place is violated. To refuse the Erdtree's call to return, to live within death, sickening. Resting place is violated. To refuse the Erdtree's call to return, to live within death, sickening. So is that the implication there, that the catacombs were invaded? Someone has invaded this place? Violated, refused the Erdtree's call to return, live within that sickening. Okay. What does IMAX do? It's just a very big screen, and everyone's like positioned very kind of close to it. Like it's, you know, it's a different experience, and the sound and everything is really designed for like a specific setup, right? Like IMAX is like, every IMAX theater has the same layout, dimensions and all that, right? Can I see it with just one eye? Oh, it's not like a 3D thing or anything, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it would. I don't think it would negatively affect your experience more than it usually does, right? I think. My Pocket says hi. Hi, Pocket. Alright, well, I guess we have a little dungeon to explore. So that's, we know how those dungeons work. That's the boss room. We need to find the fucking lever. Get there. Oh, skeletons. How's everyone doing tonight? Feeling a little tired. I didn't sleep too well last night. I think the migraine yesterday that made me go back to sleep. I woke up pretty late, so I wasn't super tired. Obviously, my sleep schedule is a little off, but it's also getting a little warm. Like, I like when my sleeping temperature is like 18 degrees or something, which is hard to maintain right now with the way the temperature outside has been, so. It's more like 22, 23 in the room during the night, which is a little too much for me, but it's gonna be much worse in the summer, so. Oh yeah, Kuma? Let me guess, you don't have a car? Yeah, you don't drive. It's perfect. Hey, at least you know you're not in... Oh. That's interesting. Found a caramel that has been lost to me for 7-8 years? Or... Do you mean a caramel candy, or is that something that I don't understand? Like, Walker's English Creamy Toffees. Oh, wait. Right. I thought you meant you found one in your house that was lost for 7 years. And I was like, hold on. How do you know that you lost a caramel for 7 years? And why are you excited to have found it? Those were my questions. I understand that I misread the context there. Yeah, like in the couch, that's what I thought, Captain Lux. That is legitimately what I understood. I was like, hold on, that sounds bad. But yeah, no, hey, I'm happy for you. Like, there's a few things, you know, over the years that I was really enjoying, and then they discontinued them from the stores. In fact, I had a theory at one point that anything that I would really enjoy ended up being discontinued every time. Like, I took it personally, because it happened so often at a certain period. Oh! Ushigatana? Really? Oh. I remember playing with the Ushigatana a little bit during Dark Souls 3. The Ushigatana. That's a wrestling reference. I feel very bad. Weeb weapon, let's go. Yeah. Nope, the secret walls, much like sidestepping in Tekken, is a myth so far. I was getting really mad at sidestepping in Tekken yesterday because so many characters have moves that aren't even like tracking moves but still fucking track you somehow. So I started calling it a myth. Sidestepping is a myth. While you were frolicking around Caleb, that corpse was polishing his sword. Sounds a little naughty. Let's see. Uchigatana. A katana with a long, single-edged, curved blade. A unique weapon wielded by the samurai from the lands of Reed. The land of Reeds, sorry. The blade, with its undulating design, boasts extraordinary sharpness, and its slash attacks pose blood loss. And it has unsheath. Sheath the blade, holding it at the hip in a composed stance, follow up with a normal or strong attack, performing a swift slash. Okay, let's see what it looks like. Hell yeah. I do love a good Uchigatana, I will say. It's always a vibe, I think. But not right now. Hey, who knows? Maybe I'll have a weeb arc in this playthrough at some point. And I'll just be using katanas and all that. Who knows? Who knows what can happen? Someone said that when you start experiencing what your favorite things are not being sold in store anymore, that's when you've become an adult. I mean, it is definitely a reminder of the passage of time, I guess, that nothing lasts forever, I guess. But yeah, like there was this brand of chips, potato chips, that sold like a truffle oil chips. Something and truffle oil, I don't... Or, wait, what was it like? It was a mixed flavor, truffle and something. And it was my favorite potato chip. I would get them every week. I loved it so much. And yeah, it just disappeared one day. Not sold anymore. And I'm still very sad about it. You went full weeb for most of your playthrough? Nice. Hey, you gotta embrace who you are, B-side. I respect it. Oh, jeez! Straight in the neck! That sounds uncomfortable. Looks uncomfortable. Found a little space in my helm that, you know... So there was this sort of little snack cake bar, like chocolate cake covered, like it was a caramel cake covered in chocolate, like moist, you know, those little like snacks things, like you guys would call it a Swiss roll, I guess, but it was not really that in the US, right? It was called, the brand was Yes. There was a brand called Yes, and those disappeared for like a couple of decades. Couldn't find them anymore. And was my favorite fucking snack when I was a kid. I still remember my grandmother, we would go to the store every day. There was a little store in the village. We would go there every day. She would get, you know, a few fresh ingredients for food or whatever. And I would always get a Yes cake as my snack. It was a little tradition, you know. And the day that disappeared, I was so sad. And then they came back a few years ago in one of the local stores, a few village over. And it was such an experience tasting them again. Ugh. Like all the memories of childhood came back. It was like the Ratatouille scene, you know? I felt exactly the same. And it was a fucking, you know, store-bought snack cake, but yeah. What is quark? It's a sort of light, thick yogurt. Light, you know, like a sort of thick yogurt that's lighter in fat, I think. It's delicious. I love quark. The one guy up there that respawned, I want to go kill him. Everything needs to die once. Them's the rules. What a nice story. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those little things, you know. Most of you probably haven't read Proust because it's, you know, you would only read him if you did like French studies. Obviously, here I did high school in French, right? So obviously, French literature was part of the curriculum, but Proust has this whole thing about La Madeleine de Proust, which is like a small sponge cake. I don't know what you guys would call it, like a cupcake, I guess. But it's not covered in stuff. It's just a soft cake, right? That's a Madeleine. It's like a butter soft cake. Anyway, and so there's this whole thing with Proust, you know, like eating the Madeleine from his childhood and brings back all the memories and all that, right? But yeah, Madeleine. I don't know how you call it in English. Like, you guys have a term for it, but what's up, ingredients, by the way? And so that was my yes cake, you know. My yes cake was the same as the Proust Madeleine, you know. It was all the memories flooding back, and especially in recent, obviously I found them again in stores before my grandma passed away, but after she passed away, I've made it a little tradition to get a yes cake every time I go to that specific store. And, you know, it just always reminds me of my grandmother always getting me one when I was a kid, so always good good nostalgia there. What's up, Bullvine? How are you doing today? Alright, we have a bus in there. I'm not gonna change my outfit. Obviously, my bus killing outfit's mostly gonna be changed for buses where we struggle. Not necessarily when we can just... I'm assuming this one's not gonna be too hard. But let's see. Black Knife Assassin. Oh. You look cool. Ooh, the music is sick. Why are you almost dead already? Huh. That's an interesting detail. Yeah. I think it relates also the way that he's like slow walking. What an interesting little detail. We're gonna have to... I wonder if I drop an item or anything, we'll have to think about it, but... Oh! It looks like the Farron Greatsword, the way, you know, they were spinning on the floor there. Yeah, the way they're slowly walking makes it feel like they're wounded. There's also blood on their armor already, right? What an interesting lore situation. Look at the blood on their armor, yeah. Oh. Thank you for the guns. What an interesting fight. The music is so good. Dude, that violin is going so hard. Ugh. Hell yeah, Ingredients. Good luck. What an interesting... I'm kind of fascinated by this whole boss there. The half-empty health bar. The slow, painful walk. The blood on the armor. The Assassin's Crimson Dagger. I'm very happy that I got an item. Because I'm... Oh, fuck, there's a chest. How are you, Noger? Good to see you. What's up, Kai God? Is your mustache real? What do you think? I'll give you 2 guesses. It's CGI. Hey, listen, I've seen people with CGI eyelashes on stream, which looks deceptively real with, you know, modern technology and all that, so. It's a well-known mustache filter. No, it's real. It is very real. Homegrown. Organic. Yada yada. Only the stash is real. Yeah, actually that's what it is. I've said that before, but the stash is the real streamer. I'm just a flesh golem that it's using for, you know, deception and success. How do you trim your stash? With scissors? I don't know how to understand the question. So if you're asking for techniques, I just, you know, make sure I brush it, you know, I comb it down very well so I can see the line, and then I just you know, yeah, very simple, yeah. With a great sword, yeah, like a Rambo knife, you know. This shit better not teleport me to the other fucking side of the world. I swear to God. Death-touched catacombs. I saw Kuma's message before he got deleted, so I was just double checking, but yeah. Careful with naming locations if I haven't seen them, obviously. Part of the rules. If I haven't seen the name, right? Yeah. But I need to be better at just checking the... That's called the Saints Bridge, for instance. That's interesting. The Saints Bridge. There's little scissors you can buy for precise trimming. Yeah. You use clippers? Oh yeah, like you just... Yeah, I prefer scissors. Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't take me very long. You know? It's a every week kind of thing. Okay, please don't teleport me. Please don't teleport me. Please don't teleport me. Thank you. A death root. Okay. Let's see. An assassin's dagger, misshapen and stained in crimson. Critical hits restore HP. This charm... Oh, wait, it's a charm? I thought it was an actual dagger. No, it's a charm. What? Huh. Okay. That's unexpected. Is modeled after the darkly gleaming blades used in the Night of Black Knives. Those which gave the demigods their first taste of death. Ooh. So, lore, yeah. Juicy lore. So we had the black flame thing, right? God-slaying black flame used to kill gods. The wielders of the black flame serving destined death to kill the gods who weren't killable. I wonder if that's related to it somehow. So what was the name of the boss we just defeated? Black Knife Assassin? Let me Steam to check. God, that feature is so good. I love that I can just rewind and check. Black Knife Assassin. So the Knight of the Black Knives. Black Knife Assassin, Knight of the Black Knives. Those which gave the demigods their first taste of death. So the demigods were immortal, like the gods. I don't think this is necessarily linked to the Black Flame. I think maybe there's levels there, right? The Black Flame was for like the big gods, and this was just the demigods, maybe. I mean, maybe there's a link, maybe not. I'm not sure yet. I don't know where to put it. I really need to make space in my notes. Guess I'll put it here. Knights of the, or rather, Black Knives Assassins. So the demigods were immortal, and so during the Night of the Black Knives, the assassins used darkly gleaming blades to kill them. First taste of death, right? Gave demigods their first taste of death during the Night of Black Knives. Found a wounded one in the Death Touch catacomb. So assuming, you know, assuming the Black Knives attacked the demigods, killed some of them, and then went into hiding to avoid revenge or something. One of them maybe hid there. That's why the ghost at the entrance said our resting place was violated, because that thing refuses to die properly, right? So instead of dying, that half alive assassin, wounded, went here to hide and be, you know, find safety or maybe whatever. And that's where we find them in that. This is really interesting how they use like the, you know, the half empty health bar and everything to sort of carry some lore there. I don't know if I'm on point with my assumption, but I think it's interesting. I'm gonna put that in the theories. Black Knife Assassin in the Death Touched catacombs went there in hiding after killing a demigod, participating in the Night of Black Knives. Hence the violated resting place. Okay. Cool, very cool. I like this. It gives a whole dramatic dimension to the whole music and the setup, and I like that. Cool. A source that gives rise to those who live in death. Oh. Gives rise to... Okay, so maybe that's where the power for immortality comes from. For those who live in death, right? They don't really die. They have a death root, so they can keep coming back to life all the time. Or that's how they come back from death. Is that what happened to the assassin? Maybe the assassin came down there to die or something, but there was the death root, or he was able to rise from the dead and become a zombie, basically, right? Maybe? Interesting. I'm gonna just take a note of that. Found a death root in their boss room. Maybe brought them back to life after they came here to die. I don't know. Interesting. The beast clergyman found at the bestial sanctum, in the distant east, collects and devours these roots. On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune of death enabled the first death of a demigod. Later, the rune of death spread across the lands between, through the underground roots of the great tree sprouting in the form of death root. Oh, jeez. We're getting lore after lore here. So the night of the Black Knives. The stolen rune of death was what enabled the death of a demigod. I guess it gave them power for their blades to... Also, there's something of note here, and I'm not sure if there's a link, but like it said the gleamy blade, right? Oh no, sorry, gloam. I thought maybe because it would link to the gloam-eyed queen, the Godskin apostles killing gods with their black flame. Different thing. Okay, never mind. So, I'm gonna put the Knights of the Black Knives here. Plot to kill a demigod made possible by stealing the rune of death. And then I'm gonna make one for the rune of death. Spread after the Knights OBK. Spread to the spread across the lands through the roots of the great tree. Deathroot. That is fascinating. Okay, there's a lot of interesting stuff there. I wonder if the inspiration for the Knight of the Black Knives comes from the Knight of the Long Knives. Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah. Sorry, NOBK, Knight of the Black Knives. NOBK. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, maybe not. Actually, Fast 2, I don't know. I was mixing the Knight of the Long Knives with something else. Yeah, that's the World War II thing, right? So maybe not. I was thinking it was like an old Great Britain event, but no. Which I know, like, again, depending on what part of the lore George Martin worked on, I know he takes inspiration from like real historical events, right? So who knows? But I know he likes to do that, so it's not impossible for sure. But okay, well, that was cool. That was an interesting little dungeon. Lots of little lore. Love that. Get out. Let's get some root resin. Hmm. That's... Yeah, I will say I'm quite fascinated by this place. This was really interesting. See the resting place violated, refusing the Erdtree's call to live within death. Yeah, so someone was living within death, which doesn't seem to be what catacombs are for, right? It's a resting place. It's people are not meant to be living in death there. Nice. Cool. For a tiny little dungeon, that was pretty fun. Lots of delicious lore in there. Okay, is there another big guy in here? Oh, Jesus! Nice ambush. Oh, there's a lot of them. Oh, jeez. Oh my god. We can get him if we work together. Well, they tried. They gave it their best. It just wasn't meant to be. I was forged in the fires of Caelid. Oh, there it is. That one's probably gonna wake up. How many gorillas is what? Oh, sorry, one Daniel's character's worth? I mean, I've defeated much stronger enemies than gorillas, so... I think my character alone can probably defeat a gorilla. I'm pretty confident. Oh, come on. Thank you. Is that low vigor bar on purpose? Yes. I plan, if I can avoid it, I am not gonna level up HP at all. I think it makes, my rationale is that it makes the boss fights more interesting. I'm too stupid to level up HP, yeah, I'm an idiot. No, I think it makes the boss fights more interesting. Forces me to learn the movesets and execute, right? Instead of just relying on drinking through the damage, basically. Will be quite the challenge. Yeah, I hope so. I mean, it took us 4 days to... Like, our longest fight so far was probably Gutskin Apostle. It was either Gutskin Apostle in the tower there, or the duo fight, I'm not sure. I would say the hardest, I think, was Blackblade Kindred. Even though it took less time overall, I think that was the hardest to sort of get under control, because fighting on a slope just made it very hard to be consistent, so... Looking forward to certain specific parts with anticipation. I'm sure many people are like, oh boy, when he's gonna find X boss or Y. It's gonna be hard. But yeah, I expect it. I hope it will. I like a good saga of a boss fight. If none of the fights in this game take me more than 10 days, I'll consider this entire playthrough a failure. We'll see. Ooh. The Lance Talisman. That sounds like something that may be useful for me. Oh, Hence's attacks on horseback. Okay. I was hoping for spears or something. Knights on horseback are deadly foes. They see all below from their lofty position, meeting little meaningful resistance as they charge ahead. Not bad. I mean, yeah, not for me. I'm definitely not doing a lot of horseback fighting, but who knows? Maybe in the future. Maybe in the future I'll use my cow a little bit more. Whoa, this looks sick down there. Holy shit. Those cliffs look really cool. Alright. Let's kill that thing before it kills us. Oh god! It's pushing me away! So silly. Best yak? Yeah, it does look like a yak. I like calling him a cow though. I like cows. Cows are cute. They're like, I've said it already, but cows are literally like big dogs. They're just as playful, just as, you know. Nothing there, okay. Cows and pigs are great animals. Sucks they're also delicious. I mean, yeah. I mean, you can make the choice if you want. I'm you know, I personally eat meat, but I think all animals are great. It's just some of them obviously are. We have that sort of culturally. Some of them are pets. And I couldn't imagine myself eating a pet, but like objectively speaking, all animals are great. Yeah. And it's a pure like cultural difference, right? I don't think it's more unbelievable to eat any animal, really. I think maybe I could see myself eating a pet if it was natural causes. Still not sure, but maybe. Like, I mean, what? Are we talking about, like, starving situation? If I'm starving and, you know, I have no other choice, like, I'm lost in the fucking mountains or in a cave or whatever, I'll eat whatever, right? Even another dead human. I'm sorry, I would. But, yeah. Other than that, probably not. I mean, it's funny because I used to eat rabbit when I was younger. Like, my dad would prepare rabbit and, you know, I would eat it. And then I got rabbits as pets at some point. After that, never have eaten rabbit again. I can't. It just, to me, it became a pet, right, in my mind. And since then, never actually tasted rabbit ever after that. You know? What's the gun for? My girlfriend's vegetarian. We eat together. I also eat the vegetarian meat from the taste of some type of meat or seasoning. Yeah. My ex was my most recent ex was didn't eat meat, and she, you know, when I was over there, she would make all kinds of like fake sausages, fake meats or whatever. It was delicious. It was really good. In fact, fake sausages, one night there were like a whole bunch of sausages were made, the non-meat ones were better than the actual ones. I was absolutely stunned. It was literally better. That made me think like, yeah, I could go, you know, I could go vegetarian, probably. What's up, Atherma? How are you doing? Have I been there? Yeah, we've been there. We've just been there. Okay, Golden Vow. Golden Vow is a skill passed down from antiquity among the knights of the capital. Raise armament aloft and pledge honor to the Erdtree in battle, granting self and nearby allies increased power and defense. I feel like I've found that one before already. No? Never mind. I thought I remembered the description. Maybe I read it in a... Maybe a merchant sells it or something. I don't know. What's up, Phasmedian? How are you doing today? It's going well. How are you? Lab-grown meat? Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's a lot of... There's a lot of, you know, implications there. There's a whole industry that relies on agriculture, you know, like cattle and sell like meat, and it. I'm sure it's gonna get lobbied against pretty hard, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't explored that. Hold on. Big part of the meat is the texture. Unless they can get a full steak in lab-grown meat that isn't 14+, I couldn't eat it. Yeah, I mean, for when it comes to steak, I can see that being a thing. Like sausages, for instance, I thought the fake sausages, like the non-meat sausages, texture-wise weren't that different. Like, I mean, it's you know, it's not like a proper cut of meat anyway, right? So... But yeah, for like a full slice of something, you know, of course it's a bit different. But I guess the idea with lab-grown is that it would be real meat. It's just it didn't come from like a living animal, right? But it should likely have the same texture if done well, right? I guess. I don't know. I obviously don't have any knowledge there. I'm just... What's up, Cosmic? How are you doing today? Yeah. I mean, I don't eat a lot of meat, honestly, too much anymore. Like, I have meat probably like two times a week on average, I would say. So, just because I, you know, not any ethical reason or anything. It's just I rarely eat meat. Is that gonna be another PvP station thing? Let's see. Yeah, Deus. Yeah, it was the same for me when I was younger. My dad was a big meat enjoyer, so there was definitely always meat during every meal, almost. Yeah, I'm curious what's gonna happen, Sindrami. I wonder how much pushback there will be for, you know, alarmist predictions like, oh, it's grown in a lab, it's bad for you, you're gonna get that and this and that, you know. Lab-grown meat gives you autism, you know. I wonder if we'll get all of that sort of shit. Which truly will be because there's lobbying happening, you know. Because obviously the agriculture meat industry is a gigantic business, but it's always dumber than you expect, yeah. Okay, I thought that thing was gonna blow up. Holy shit. They remind me of the slugs in, what game was that? There was a bunch of slugs in a cave. Divinity 2, I think it was. Yeah. Yeah, DOS 2. Yeah. Original Sin. The fire slugs things. Fun. It doesn't seem like there's too much in this area. I need to check the forest still. I need to check. I'm trying to be a little organized, but this place is kind of hard to explore. It's laid out in a way that's not too instinctive. The only meat I miss is kielbasa. Oh shit! Recusant Henricus. Look at this dude. Oh god, okay. Hold on. What a cool attack. Oh god. Well, that's the thing, Kuma, because the reason for that is that none of it is logical. There's no actual proper reasoning behind it. It's all lobbying. And, you know, propaganda and bullshit. Why do you think the anti-MSG thing was so popular in the US? It was completely anti-Chinese propaganda. Because Chinese restaurants use a lot of MSG, and they wanted to, you know, hurt their businesses to make, you know, to reinforce American businesses. It's all fucking propaganda. MSG is literally just a different variation of salt, right? I'm simplifying, but it's just literally another kind of salt. It's not better or worse than salt is, or any other fucking thing you may put on your food. Yeah, you know, I mean, I don't blame you, Nasrallah. It was such a widespread, established thing, right? You at some point you just believe what everyone says, right? I mean, it's like, oh well, I guess it's just bad, right? Same thing with aspartame, right? Like the stuff you put, like the sweeteners that they put in drinks and all that. It's just a sweetener. It's literally just another molecule that sweetens things. The only reason why it's better, quote unquote, than sugar is a minuscule amount sweetens a whole lot more. There's still calories in there, but you just use a fraction of how much sugar you would use to get the same sweetening effect. And why were they, you know, propagandizing against those sweeteners? Because the fucking sugar industry is a massive business. A massive business. But here's the sort of, and that's fine. Okay, the aftertaste is fine. And I think, you know what? I think a big reason why that aftertaste is bothering you is because you're used to sugar. I haven't had proper sugar in drinks for decades at this point. I am literally not tasting the aftertaste. I remember tasting it when I was younger. At this point, it's just the taste of the sweetening that's in my drink. I don't taste it anymore. I got used to it, right? But ultimately, like, the joke about all of this is we know how bad salt can be. We know how bad sugar can be. All those things in moderation are fine. It's all about the dosage. Everything is a poison. It's all about the dosage. But obviously you don't hear, you know, you don't have the same mass propaganda about what you know, how bad salt is. Unless you literally have, like, hypertension problems, then your doctor is going to tell you about it. But, like, you won't get, like, the massive mass media propaganda that, oh, sugar is so bad for you, have MSG instead, right? That's not happening. And yeah, I mean, again, Stoner, that's fair too. People are going to get triggered. Some people can't have salt, some people can't have sugar, some people can't have fat or whatever. You know, it's, those things happen, but they're not, they don't, it's not evidence that those things are bad, right? It's just that, well, yes, some people are gonna have, you know, are gonna... I have light-ish IBS myself. I have some symptoms of IBS, you know, which I'm assuming I have a light form of it because it's not too bad. But yeah, there's some things that I know when I'm gonna eat some cream, you know. My mom likes to make creamy sauces and all that. I know when I'm eating creamy sauces at my mom's, I'm gonna get cramps, I'm gonna get, you know, diarrhea and all that. It's gonna happen. But it doesn't lead me to the conclusion that, oh, well, cream is terrible for me, right? It's just, cream is not terrible for everyone. It's just a, you know, it's, I personally don't deal with it very well, and yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting how those things just get ingrained in the, like, consciousness. Like, I still, to this day, hear a lot of people talk about the MSG thing, and that they truly believe that it's really bad for you and everything. Lactose intolerance? I don't think so. I'm okay, like, no cheese will ever, like, even cheese that have a lot of lactose won't do anything to me. I really think it's just the fat. I think it's the amount of fat. My IBS gets triggered by extra fatty things, I think. That's my assumption, because even when it's not necessarily creamy, but, like, 2 meals that are a little too fatty, I usually get cramps and, yeah. But I don't know, like, for instance, this week I've had really bad symptoms of, like, bloating and cramps, and, like, the other night I could barely, like, the night where I had my migraine yesterday, the reason why I had a migraine is I couldn't fall asleep because I had so many cramps, and I felt super bad until I eventually, at some point, finally something happened, and I had a massive, like, sort of noise in my stomach. You know, like, everything sort of unlocked, and I was like, oh, and, you know, had a pretty terrible bowel movement, very painful and all that, and then after that I felt better and I finally could sleep, but that led to me having a migraine in the evening. I don't know what triggered that, because I haven't had any weird meal recently, so I don't know, it's just maybe too much, I don't know. I ate a lot of bread the other day, which maybe was part of it, like, more than usual. Like, I had a delicious bread at home, and I really sort of, you know, I leaned into it very hard, I guess. So maybe that was it. Small red effigy. Duelist furled finger. IBS can be random as fuck. Yeah. For sure. But anyway, all this to say that, you know, it can be interesting to see how those things are perceived. And the reasons why they end up being demonized in the media. But yeah, like sweeteners for me, like it always, my logic for sweeteners was always the same. It's like, yeah, I mean, they tell you sweeteners are bad, but we know sugar is bad. So obviously the ideal solution would be to not have any sweetened drinks, just fucking drink water, and that's it. But I like my sweet drinks, right? It's part of those things that it helps me maintain a healthier diet to have sweet drinks with my food, right? It helps me eat less because I can have my sweet drinks and I feel like I'm indulging a little bit. And so I drink stuff with like this 0-calorie grapefruit drink. Delicious. And I don't know. Maybe it's not better than sugar. Maybe it's just as bad as sugar, but at least there's less calories. So at the end of the day, I'm still winning on that front, right? Because the sugar, on top of being bad for you, and we know that, is gonna, on top of that, give you too many calories, and that's not good for you either, so. Yeah, Kuma? Lactose and fructose intolerant. Doesn't mean lactose is bad exactly. Not a fan of sweet flavors. I don't drink sugary stuff. Most sugar I consume is tea with a bit of sugar and honey. I like that too, yeah. Mountain Dew's liquefied diabetes. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you know, you have to be honest with yourself, right? Like, obviously, ideally, you would have all your vegetables, you wouldn't eat processed food, you would not drink fizzy drinks or any of that shit. Just drink water, have your vegetables, a little bit of protein, like the good amounts of protein, nice sources of fat, nuts, whatever. And you know, that would be ideal, right? Like there's optimal ways to fuel yourself, but sometimes you just want to indulge a little bit, and I think that's okay. I don't know. To each, you know, everyone needs to make their own decisions, I think. And obviously inform yourself from like reliable sources, not what the fucking food industry, motivated by shareholders, is trying to have you believe. Like, you know, cereal, carbs, and starch being the most fundamental part of the food pyramid. How ridiculous is that? Clearly not sponsored by Kellogg's company, right? Oh well. Hey, I like cereal. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, right? I am a big fan of Kellogg's cereal. I love them. Delicious. But yeah, Siemens. Hey, I mean, whatever gets you to improve yourself if you feel like you need to. I don't think there's an objective good or bad thing to do there. Obviously, you can do things to put the chances in your favor, but ultimately it all kind of feels like a lottery, right? I know people who've had extremely healthy lifestyles and died of fucking cancer at 50. Obviously, again, like I'm not being, you know, anecdotal evidence. You're putting the chances in your favor by having a healthier lifestyle. That is very much true, but it's not just about the physical stuff, right? Sometimes you have to indulge to feel good about yourself a little bit, right? Yeah, whatever. how insanely anti-fat stuff was in the early 2000s. Yeah, no, fat is super important. Yeah, for sure. Like realistically, if we had to cut anything from our diet, carbs should be the first thing to go. Ideally, you have a balanced all across the you know, micronutrients. You have a balanced diet, ideally, right? But if we were to cut one of the big macro nutrients group, it should be carbs. Carbs do less than protein and fats do for body functions. Well, sugar is a carb technically, right? Isn't it? So that would be included. Like fat is super important for your hormonal system, I think. Like it's super massively important. I'm not an expert. Again, like this is just stuff that I've learned a little bit, but sugar is carbs, yeah. Fat is like super important for your metabolism, your hormonal system, your, you know, that so many things rely on that. I remember when I was a gym rat, like I was a super intense gym rat at some point in my life, and when I was cutting weight, the easiest thing for me to cut was fat, because I love carbs. I eat way too many carbs, delicious stuff to cut that. So my way of getting lower calories intake was to cut fat a whole lot. And every time I would be on a cut, and I'm sorry to TMI, but my sexual health was extremely diminished, like crazy. Like it was insane how I struggled to, just because my hormonal balance was completely out of whack because of the lack of fat. Like calorie deficit in general is gonna affect it, but like low fat especially is gonna hurt you and your hormonal health. So, and as soon as I got out of it, started eating normally again, whoosh, through the roof. What's up, Dr. J? How are you doing today? Blind run? Yep. Very long, slow, meticulous, all the lore, all the delicious stuff. We're 130 hours in, and I haven't been to Stormgate Castle yet. Give you an idea. And I have a whole bunch of notes. As you can see. So yeah. Cut carbs, lost 50 pounds. Yeah, ultimately, like the weight loss is ultimately like a calories thing, right? You can cut whatever whatever macronutrients you want. However you cut your calories, if you cut your calories, the weight's gonna come off. Like that's a mathematical equation, right? But the way you cut the calories, and what you eat and all that is definitely gonna affect your general health and your feeling of good you feel while you're doing that. And so like it's just it becomes more than just an equation when you get into like the finer details of actually cutting weight. But I was very obese when I was in my 20s. Yes, yeah. I started being overweight when I was a teenager. I was very obese in my 20s when I stopped doing as much sport as I used to. And then in my 30s was my gym rat era. My 30s, I was a gym rat. I was always, my weight was fluctuating a lot because I was, bulking and losing. And I was really like intense into the whole thing. Weight training, performance, like all this stuff. Recently, I haven't worked out that much anymore. I'm in my dad bod era right now. I'm a little overweight. I need to get back to the gym, lose weight, but I'm feeling okay. It's not too bad. I'm at the point right now where I'm like, okay, I need to get back on the fucking workout train and get a little more in shape, but I'm feeling all right. A talisman depicting a hammer and a knife enhances stamina, reducing attacks against a blocking opponent. Hammers are highly effective against shield-bearing foes, so much so that they are known as night killers. Cool. Those are multiplayer items. Unless there's lore, I don't care. The bronze adornment are the mark of a duelist. Finger of corpse wax. Curled like a hook. Okay. Competitive multiplayer, I don't care about that. Yeah, I mean, I'm a doctor. I'm at the point where I'm like, I would like to be a little lighter. Like it's getting to the point where I'm slightly heavier than I would like. Both for aesthetic reasons. Like I like myself a little better when I'm a little thinner. And like in general, I feel a little more sluggish lately. But that has less to do with the weight than it has to do with just generally working out, right? Doing more movement, sports, and all. So the weight thing is mostly aesthetic. I like myself a little better when I'm a little, you know, tighter, I guess, in the midsection. But yeah, I'm considering getting a gym membership. There's a gym not too far away from here. I'm considering it. It's a little expensive, but you know, maybe I can afford it. I have to see what my health insurance can do. Maybe cover half of it or something. I know I have like a premium that maybe allows me to get a discount. We'll see. Yeah, Kuma. Oh shit. There. Oh yeah, no, I mean, of course, doctor. You know, like I said, like in my 30s, I was a proper gym rat, so I know all about the, you know, the problems and the trappings and everything you can do. But I've been, you know, I've been extremely in shape. I've been extremely in bad shape. I've been everything from 75 kilos, like after I became an adult, right? Of course, not when I was younger, but after I became like a fully formed adult. The lowest I've been was 75 kilos of like really fucking in shape 75 kilos. I'm 180 centimeters for reference. I'm 180, so 75 kilos, 180 centimeters was the best shape I was in my life. I was really shredded. Like I was really, you know, I looked fantastic. I don't think I want to, like it was hard to maintain. At that, the amount of muscle I had at that weight, it was very hard to maintain. I don't think I want to do that again. I wouldn't mind being 75, 80 again kilograms, but obviously with less muscle, right? Which means I would be pretty average, right? Like average for my weight, for my size, my height. Right now I'm considerably heavier. I'm probably in the mid 90s, I would say. I'm a little heavier right now. So, you know, I need to lose a bit of weight. I mean, I still have some, like, I'm not a, you know, I've never been like a thin guy. I always had some muscle mass because I did sports. Almost every period of my life, I always did some form of sports. And I still have some like leftover from my gym rat era. I'm still pretty strong and in many ways, so obviously that adds a bit of weight, but I still do want to lose a lot around my midsections. How are you, Mark? That's the heaviest you've ever been? You were a little shorter, Mark, though, right? Yeah. Main questions, do you feel good now? Well, that's what I said earlier, right? I'm at the point right now where I'm like, I'm past the point of feeling good. I'm at the point where I want to get back into shape a little bit. I would feel better. You know, I know it's not about like the aesthetics is not the important part, but to me it still matters a little bit. I like feeling good about how I look a little bit, you know? I don't need to be super shredded or anything. Again, I like being a little smaller than I am now, weight-wise. And also, again, feeling better. Like, I would like to be more active, just to feel better. I think it would improve my mood, it would improve my, just daily life. Yeah. Wait. I do a little bit of cardio every time when I'm in training arcs. I do like a little bit of cardio. I think it's important to just, you know, health-wise. I hate doing cardio, but I think it's important health-wise to work the heart a little bit. But most of my training is weight. I do love lifting. I think it's so much fun. I don't know. I find it really, I'm not lying, like I find it super fun to lift weights and keep, you know, trying to improve your performances and kind of beating your own personal bests. I love that. I think it's, I don't know if it's the competitive part of me or what, but I find it super fun to do. I haven't really explored that forest down there, have I? A crystal tear formed slowly over the ages where the Erdtree's bounty fall to the ground. Can be mixed in the flask of physique. Resulting concoction boosts one's strength. Okay. What does mine do right now? It doesn't say. Oh, negates damage and restores HP. Okay, so that's the bubble. The bubble I'm gonna keep. The HP restoration I can get rid of in favor of damage, I think. I'm gonna get one shot by everything anyway, so. Okay, how do I deal with this? I think I checked up until the cliff, and then I check the forest. Calisthenics is body weight exercise. Yeah. Yeah, body weight for me is just, I feel like it's... I very quickly want to, you know... I very quickly feel the need to lift heavier shit, if that makes sense. I do like lifting heavy shit. Deadlifts were my favorite exercise. So that's what you could lift the heaviest. So much fun. Okay, so... Okay, this is a limit there. So before going up here and eventually the castle, I just want to double check the forest, because we haven't really explored the forest part of this place. $60 kilos, a little overweight for me. Really? Huh. How tall are you, if you don't mind me asking? Because 60 seems very light, unless... Well, I mean, I guess it depends. If you're shorter, obviously that's pretty normal weight. Also, depends on your gender, of course. If you're a woman, you typically have less muscle mass, which means you're going to be lighter. At sort of like the same volume level, right? That makes sense. Frozen Raisin. Feed to Torrent the spectral steed while riding to vastly restore his HP. Preparation of dried rimmed roa. Aw, that looks nice. Dried frozen roa fruits. Torrent seems to enjoy the sensation of chewing this frozen dried seed. Okay. I'm a guy around 160. Yeah. Yeah, 60 for 160 seems pretty fine, right? I mean, isn't like the standard your how many centimeters you have above 100, and then you take away like 10% or something? I think that's kind of what's considered the middle of the ideal weight. Obviously, very different depending on your body composition and a lot of different factors, right? But yeah. Okay. I don't think there's anything of value in this forest. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss anything important, but pretty lean frame. We'll just have gain weight. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's tough being a gamer. Sedentary lifestyle isn't kind to us. Think of all those privileged people working hard with their body in mines and on construction sites all day. They have the privilege of being healthy and thin and all that. I'm joking, obviously. Us gamers really have the hard life out there, you know? Could play on a walking desk. I've considered that in the past, yeah. Getting a standing desk and something I can... you know, having like a treadmill, but at that point I would rather just get a gym membership and go to the gym. It's more fun. I like going to the gym. I miss it, not just for the exercise, but for the camaraderie. I really enjoyed the vibe of, you know, working out, and you start to know people and you meet new people, and there's this sort of, yeah, that camaraderie between like the regulars, you know, like you get to the gym and you see the same people every day, and everyone cheers each other when you were trying to get PBs and all that, like PRs. It's so much fun. I love it. I miss it. Everyone's so supportive of each other. It's, yeah, good vibes. At least the gym where I went was for years, you know, that was, I mean, I was there every day, right? So like the people who you would see every day, you knew each other. We would go out to have you know, on the Fridays we would go out and eat all the food we could eat. Go to like all you can eat buffets and everything. Oh, it was so much fun. I miss that. Oh well. Hey, maybe I'll get back into it soon. I could use the socialization as well. Most of my socialization right now is through Twitch, which is great, but I could use meeting people in real life a little bit. Would be nice. I don't know. I'll see. Maybe for my meta birthday stream. You know, I want my birthday stream. I want to do like a full Twitch meta, right? Sell out vibe and everything. Maybe I should make a donation counter with incentives or something, and make that for a gym membership. That could be cool. That could be a good way to sort of do something positive for myself as I do something funny and subversive for my channel. Yeah. And get a real hug via Twitch. Well, I mean, you can meet people that you meet on Twitch. I've done that several times, but obviously it's a little different. Man, Stormvale is really on top of a cliff. Like, I didn't realize how high that place was until, like, you know, we're not on the same level as Stormvale. That shit's all the way up there. Alright. Hey-ya! That man survived one of my attacks. That's kind of impressive. Okay. Oh, okay. I thought maybe there was... I looked at the map and I was like, oh, maybe that's, you know, that leads all the way up there to the bridge. Nah, that's way too high. Heard good things about standing walking desks. Yeah. Games, university, some physical health problems. Been sorting out for a while. I like to go hiking, bouldering, but it's not fun when it's over 26 degrees. Yeah. I feel that. I like climbing. Climbing is cool. I used to climb on like interior walls, right, when I was younger. That was my my sport of choice for a while. I was never really good at it, but I enjoyed it. It's great overall exercise for the body. Hey-ya! 3 Twitch buds in my city. Only met one of them IRL. Yeah. Are you from France or am I mixing you up with someone? I don't know why I think you're from France. I might be completely wrong, but you don't have to say where you're from. I'm just, yeah. SoCal, USA. Okay. Yeah, there's a few people from Switzerland that I, you know, that I met on Twitch. Another streamer that I met a few years ago. We hung out at one point. And then there's a few people on the channel that are from Switzerland. Sorrow, one of them. We definitely have to do something one of these days because he's like 30 minutes away from where I am, so might as well, yeah. But yeah, not too many, especially like the French part of Switzerland, not too many streamers, I find. Most of the Swiss streamers I know are Swiss German and they stream in German. So obviously that's, yeah. We're never gonna really connect. So. That's cool. You're also Southern California? Oh, there you go. I mean, I guess it's very big. Both people being the same state is... You're potentially more apart than I am with anyone in Switzerland. That's how small Switzerland is. Like in Switzerland, if someone else is in Switzerland, it means something. Like you can meet within an hour in most cases. Some state in the US, you know, it's still a long distance connection, I guess. California's huge, yeah. Most populated, yeah. Oh my god. Oh, okay. I thought that was a precipice. What's up, Fuzzy? How are you doing today? Okay. There's a whole thing there. Oh, it could be up there. I don't think we can actually go there. Hello. Hold on, I'll be back. Who art thou? Oh, that's not a person. That's a broken statue. Okay. So that's a broken bridge. This is not a, like, huh. Oh man, this looks so fucking cool. I cannot wait to explore Stormvale. That place looks fucking gigantic. Oh, it's gonna be so fun. So yeah, this used to, I'm assuming, be a bridge that led to the other side of this chasm, but it's been long broken. Ooh, book. Soft cotton, stanching boluses, rainbow stone. Reduces fall damage. Yeah, we've read that before. Okay, there's a way down here, though. Huh. Interesting. Let me talk to the lady first.
You, please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers.
Yep. Chat, she wants our fingers. And our fingers she shall have. Hold on. I have a... We have a note thing for... Finger reading Khalid. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to take notes. Finger reading Limgrave. Alright, lady. I'm ready. Read my fingers.
Oh, bless you. Head to the foundation of gold tarnished. Traverse Rhea Lucaria, glintstone eventide, and reunite the half crescents at the grand lift. Oh, but the bridge is collapsed and cannot be crossed. Only, why should that matter? Stormvale Castle still stands tall.
Okay. Is it the same thing? Okay. I think it's the same thing. I'm going to take notes.
Head to the foundation of gold
Head
tarnished.
to the foundation of gold tarnished. Traverse Rhea Lucaria, glintstone eventide,
At the grand lift.
and reunite.
But the bridge is collapsed and cannot be crossed.
Glintstone eventide.
Why should that matter? Stormvale Castle still stands tall.
Hold on, I need to restart it.
Head to the foundation of gold.
Foundation of gold.
Traverse Rhea Lucaria.
I wonder what eventide means. I wonder if that's like a generic word or if it's a specific thing to this game. Crescents at the grand lift.
Oh, but the bridge is collapsed and cannot be crossed.
Rest of it is not that important. Bridge is collapsed,
Why should that
but
matter?
castle Stormvale stands. Blah blah blah. Yeah, that is not as important as the rest. Okay, so I'm thinking the halves she's talking about, we found half of it already. key item. Yeah, there. Activate the grand lift, right? So is she telling me that I'm gonna need both halves of the medallion? Is that my hint that I need to go to Caelid? I mean, she doesn't really tell me where I can find them. I barely remember where I found the first one, honestly. Was it in Fort Height, maybe? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not gonna go to Caelid now, for sure. No. But it is, you know, this is the first indication we have that, hey, we need that medallion to activate the lift. There's plenty of stuff. I mean, she mentioned Raya Lucaria, Stormvale, so we'll, you know, one thing at a time. It is not the time to think about that. Caelid shall wait. I'm not ready yet. Okay, so this goes all the way back to the castle. All from my hey, my fingers talk a lot, apparently. They do a lot of talking, my fingers. That lady sure enjoyed them. So. Ooh, does that lead to something? No. Oh, look at them. Huh? Funny. Just chilling. Lump of flesh. Oh my god. Tarnished, no sign language? I guess so. Wait, where am I? I can hear a bug. There's one of these little shit bugs around here. Oh, there he is. Okay, there's nothing under there. There's something interesting here because shit bugs, those stink. Sure do. Oh, look. The welcoming committee of Stormvale Asshole! Stormvale Castle. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Ashes of War, Wild Strike. Yeah, okay, that's the gate to the castle. Well, I mean... Oh, Jesus! Will you give it a rest already? Have you guys seen Scrubs? Do you remember the boobies horn in Scrubs? Tell me those are not the exact same notes. If you've seen Scrubs, you know what I'm talking about. There's a boobies horn in one episode. It's the same note. Boobies. Mark knows, see? At least one person's, you know, one person here has a modicum of culture. Look up the booby. If you don't know, look up the boobies. Scrubs boobies horn on YouTube. I'm sure I'm right. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. Oh yeah, Trim. Yeah, the Final Fantasy X. Oh! Holy shit! There's a gigantic fucking... Yeah, the Final Fantasy motif in Expedition 33's soundtrack. Oh my lord, that shit fires far! Run away! Okay. So this is like the gate here, which is the entrance to Stormvale, right? The main gate before the moat. There's something down there, which I'm unsure if I want to go explore now. See where it can lead. It's like you can go down from here. And, because I mean, this looks like it goes... You can like sort of see the map, right? Even though we don't have it, but it kind of looks like it takes you to the other side of the bridge. So what if I can... I mean, okay, I'm not gonna go like... If this allows me to go around Stormvale somehow, I'm not gonna go around Stormvale. This is the most interesting place I've seen in the game so far. I've heard in the game, like I've been talking about exploring Stormvale Castle for like a month and a half at this point. I love a big castle. I want to explore a big castle. I'm just not sure if I want to go, because it could also be like blocked here, but maybe there's a dungeon there or something. I don't know, I'm unsure. I'm unsure of which way I want to approach this. I mean, I guess I could just take a look, and even if it takes me on the other side, I can just come back, right? I don't like going blind into a non-mapped area, though. Unless I have to, right? Or maybe I can do Stormvale and then check this place? I don't know. Bit of a decision there to make. That thing is... Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a solution. I mean, I guess I can go around and maybe attack it from the side. I'm so excited. Well, okay. So either I quickly check this, see where it leads. If I see that it leads on the other side, I just, you know, come back. Or I check Stormvale first. Okay, there's a passage here that seems to lead on the big bridge. Which, I mean, is broken. There's a tower here, but that shit is completely broken, so I'm not sure how we're gonna... God, this place looks so interesting. Whoa, I didn't notice that. Look at the fucking ground. That is so cool. All the tiles are like marked with a fucking symbol. That's so sick. That's a lot of work. Imagine like tiling entire roads with like tiles that require that much work. That's... This place is rich as fuck. I love that there's one guard that's still alive. Well, okay. I have a decision to make. But that will be a decision for tomorrow. It's already pretty late past the normal ending time, so I'm gonna stop it here. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. Thank you for the lurks and the conversations. I appreciate that as well. I will be back tomorrow in about 19 hours, well, actually 18 hours, a little bit more than 18 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. For more adventures of Elden Ring. Should be a good time. We're finally, definitely, 100% sure tomorrow gonna set foot inside of Stormvale. We'll just have to see if I make that little detour first, but I'm not sure yet. But yeah. No. Tomorrow we still stream tomorrow. I'm considering. I'm not sure yet, but like there's a part of me that considers maybe streaming on Friday because I missed yesterday, and I'm kind of. I don't know. I'm very excited about Stormvale and everything that's to come. So, also it's the end of May, and if I don't stream on Friday, then tomorrow's my last day of May, and I don't know. The last week has been pretty terrible streaming wise. Like revenue wise, so maybe streaming a couple more days in May could help with the month of May overall. Maybe not. I mean, I could, it could be like today and I do an entire stream and there's barely, anything. So you never know. But it shouldn't be my main motivation. But it still puts food on the table, so I have to think about it. But in any case, that's all thoughts and stories for tomorrow. I'll think about it. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow, and until then, remember me, and I will remember you.